Senate will come to order. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa, Huffman, Hughes, Johnson, King, Colkhorst, La Mantilla, Menendez, Middleton, Miles, Nichols, Parker, Paxton, Perry, Wertner, Sparks, Springer, West, Whitmire, Zaffarini.
Members, quorum is present. Please rise in the gallery and on the floor for the invocation by Pastor Charlie Mills, Gonzales Church of Christ. Pastor, good to have you with us.
Let us pray. Hear a just cause, O Lord. Give ear to our prayer. We come forward at this time in the act of great service and responsibility. Let the skill of patience be present. We ask that mercy, love, and forgiveness guide this room today. At this time, we ask that the spirit of this session proceed unified and dignified as these leaders continue to steer this great state forward. At this time, peace, pure conviction, and boldness are requested to cover those with great responsibility. We lift up these servant leaders and pray for their protection, compassion, wisdom, and vision. We lift up all Texans. We ask for safety, unity, and participation in their communities. And it's in your holy name we pray. Amen.
You may be seated. The Dean of the Senate moves to dispense the reading of yesterday's journal. Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is adopted. Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. President, there's a message from the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. President, I'm directed by the House.
Thank you, sir. Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 493 by Zaffarini. Whereas philanthropist Joe R. Long and his late wife, Dr. Teresa Lozano Long, have greatly benefited Texans through their wide-ranging professional and civic contributions. And whereas Mr. Long and Dr. Long shared a deep commitment to higher education and gave $100 million or more to UT Austin, UT Health San Antonio, and UT Rio Grande Valley. They created a major endowment for the UT Austin Institute of Latin American Studies, now named after Dr. Long. The medical school and campus at UT Health San Antonio bear their names as well, acknowledging a transformational donation. Benefiting UT Law, they founded the Long Career Launch Program to help recent graduates and also endowed scholarships and a faculty chair in administrative law. And whereas in 1999, the Longs provided a lead gift of $20 million for the Joe R. and Teresa Lozano Long Center for the Performing Arts in Austin. And whereas Joe and Terry Long have made a lasting positive difference in the lives of many Texans through their support for education, the arts, and countless other worthy causes, and their sterling example of civic leadership is a source of inspiration to all. And whereas theirs is a lifelong love story that culminated in their sharing that love with the people, and especially the children and future teachers, doctors, and other professionals and leaders of Texas, now therefore be it resolved that the Senate of the 88th Texas Legislature hereby honor Joe R. and Dr. Teresa Lozano Long for their exceptional contributions and extend to him sincere best wishes for continued happiness.
Senator Zaffirini, on your resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, it truly is my highest pleasure and privilege to honor and author Senate Resolution 493, recognizing my longtime friends Joe Long and his wife, the late Dr. Teresa Lozano Long, for their exceptional contributions to our great state. Ralph Waldo Emerson wrote, "Do not go where the path may lead. Go instead where there is no path and leave a trail." Joe and Terry Long certainly personify those words. Their vision, generosity, and commitment to excellence have impacted the lives of countless Texans across generations. There are more than $100 million in gifts to UT Austin, UT Health Science Center San Antonio, UT Rio Grande Valley, and additional gifts to A&M, Tarleton State University, and other higher education institutions have helped transform literally thousands of lives. Their generosity has enhanced education in the arts locally, statewide, and beyond by funding scholarships, endowed faculty chairs, and research, dramatically increasing the number of doctors in medically underserved areas, and improving access to the fine and performing arts, including music education. The trail they have blazed is as impressive as it is important and long-lasting. A veteran of the U.S. Army and a graduate of the UT School of Law, Mr. Long has distinguished himself in both state government and the private sector. As the former chief of the State Securities Board Enforcement Division and the Bond Insurance and Banking Division of the Office of the Attorney General, and through a noteworthy career in banking, savings and loan, and securities law, he helped shape our state's financial landscape. It is Joe and Terry's philanthropy, however, that truly set them apart. Countless institutions and organizations have honored them. UT, for example, named them distinguished alumni and bestowed upon them the Presidential Citation and the Santa Rita Award, the highest awards bestowed by UT Austin and the UT system, respectively. The Longs' contributions have made a lasting positive impact on the life of so many Texans. It is my pleasure to move adoption of Senate Resolution 493.
Thank you, Senator Zaffirini. We have a number of senators, Joe, who would like to speak as well. Senator Birdwell, you're recognized on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senator Zaffirini, thank you for bringing this this important resolution. Mr. Long, Joe, if I may, thank you for all the work that you've done. Thank you for everything you've done for Tarleton. That's where you got started. And I've just had Tarleton added to my district in redistricting this past year. And so it's a treat to have them and have someone of your status and as an alumnus of Tarleton join us today and be honored. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you for your service to Texas. Thank you, Senator Zaffirini, for bringing this resolution. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Menendez on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Also want to thank Senator Zaffirini for bringing this resolution, and especially want to thank Mr. Joe Long for his incredible life. Sometimes I can't even begin to imagine all of the twists and the turns that have taken to get you and your lovely better half, as we like to say, Dr. Teresa Lozano Long, and I want to say thank you for giving us the opportunity to show our gratitude for everything you and she had done for this state and this nation. In particular, in San Antonio, I would be remiss if I did not mention the Joe and Teresa Lozano Long School of Medicine at UT Health Science Center San Antonio. It's a health institution whose mission of research, education, and patient care could not have been better placed than in South Texas, where we see some of the largest disparities in healthcare outcomes for our Latino community. And so, Mr. Long, you and Teresa's contributions have been unbelievably well spent, as it's been mentioned before. Many medical students who attend have a 95% match ratio into our local hospitals. And so, your outpouring, your heart's outpouring, have poured love into the education and healthcare that our community benefits from, with the medical school as well as the arts and Latin American studies. And so it is integral to a diverse and majority Latino population of the state of Texas. You have made Texas better, and we appreciate you for everything you have done to make this state better for so many. Thank you for allowing us to honor you in your life, and Dr. Teresa Lozano Long as well. Thank you, Senator Zaffirini. Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Eckhart on the resolution.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. And again, thank you so much, Senator Zaffirini, for bringing this resolution. Philanthropist Joe R. Long and his late wife, Dr. Lozano Long, have made a mark on Texas culture and history with their compassionate and driven support of the arts, careers, medicine, and education. Their deep love for one another expanded to manifest in a deep love for Texans. And I just want to remark that when receiving her National Humanities Medal in 2019, I had the pleasure of hearing Dr. Lozano Long say, as she often did, "I wish it was given to my husband and me, since we do everything together." And he so often, when he was honored, said the same of her. I can't help but think that this resolution is a fitting symbol for an immense and beautiful partnership, a love that truly did expand beyond the two of them and their family to manifest in a love for their entire community. Mr. Long, my thanks to you for that enduring love and the support you have shown all Texans. Thanks again, Senator Zaffirini, for bringing the resolution.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hinojosa on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Zaffirini, for this resolution in recognizing Mr. Joe Long here in the Senate floor and his Teresa Long. I have to tell you that I started working with the Attorney General's office after Mr. Long had left, but everybody knew of him, his reputation as a top-notch attorney and the work that he did. But for me, just to recognize his legacy, his reputation, what he did for education, for the arts, you and Dr. Teresa Long serve as role models for civic responsibility and citizenship. Even UT Rio Grande Valley, where I graduated from when I used to be Pan American, also knows of you and your family's commitment that you all made helping us support education, higher education, not only in the Valley, but throughout the state of Texas. The long legacy that you leave behind will long be remembered. You have made such a difference on our young students coming out of college and those people who love the arts that make our life a much better quality of life. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for what you've done for this great state of ours. Thank you, Senator Joe Long.
Thank you, Senator Hinojosa. And Joe, as I mentioned to you a moment ago, you've changed the lives of so many people, and there's no way that all those people can ever thank you. There's just no way. You would never have enough time to ever meet them. So many people you've impacted their lives and their children, and one day their children's children. So thank you. Senator Zaffirini, thank you for bringing this resolution today on behalf of all those that he has helped so much. Members, do you have anything to say in close?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, member, truly, the Longs have embodied the spirit of Texas and the values we hold dear. It is my pleasure to ask you to honor Joe Long today for his outstanding contributions to our state. It is also my pleasure to present to him on our behalf a personalized Texas Senate gavel, along with its sound block, of course, so that he can keep it as a memento of our honoring him in the Texas Senate. And may I also take this opportunity to present him and his nephew Mitch, who accompanies him today, with his framed proclamation that honors Joe's brother, Mitch's father, on his passing and his service as Karnes County Judge. Karnes County is in my senatorial district, and we honored him in Karnes County, and it's my pleasure to present this proclamation today. Mr. President and members, I move adoption of Senate Resolution 493.
Any objection? Hearing none, would all rise to honor the Long family? Resolution is adopted. Thank you, members.
Members, we have a memorial resolution. Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 498 by Hancock. Whereas the Senate of the State of Texas honors and commemorates the life of Dr. Bruce Jacobson, who died on January 13, 2023, at the age of 96. And whereas Bruce Jacobson was born on August 30th, 1926, in St. Paul, Minnesota, he served the nation with distinction in World War II as a member of the United States Navy before moving to Texas to attend Texas Christian University and Baylor Medical School. And whereas Dr. Jacobson completed his residency at John Peter Smith Hospital in Fort Worth under the mentorship of Dr. May Owen. With two other doctors, Dr. Jacobson opened a private practice in North Richland Hills in the late 1950s, where he served families and residents of Northeast Tarrant County. With 6 others, he also founded Glenview Hospital, now known as Medical City North Hills. He later left private practice to run the family medicine program at Southwestern Medical School, where he trained and mentored hundreds of doctors. And whereas a highly recognized and accomplished physician, Dr. Jacobson was appointed to the President's Commission on Biomedical Ethics by President Ronald Reagan in 1982. He served on the United States Advisory Committee on Child Abuse and Neglect and led the members of the Tarrant County Medical Society and the staff of John Peter Smith Hospital for many years as president. Among many honors he received throughout his military and professional careers, he was appointed as an admiral in the Texas Navy by Governor Rick Perry in recognition of his military service and his outstanding dedication to serving the citizens of the Lone Star State. And whereas Dr. Jacobson was an active member of his community, and he served on the Birdville Independent School District Board of Trustees and on the Bank of North Texas Board of Directors. He served as the team doctor for the Richland High School football team in the 1970s, and he received the top award from the Haltom Richland Chamber of Commerce. A man of deep faith, Dr. Jacobson was instrumental in the development of Peace Lutheran Church in Hurst, and after retiring from medical practice, he moved to Hillcrest Ranch, where he enjoyed spending his days raising horses and golfing. And whereas Bruce shared more than 5 decades of marriage with his beloved late wife, Patricia Sue Jacobson, and they were blessed with 7 children. During their marriage, Bruce and Pat were active in politics and worked hard during the 1960s through the 1980s to reshape Texas politics. A leader in the conservative movement of the Reagan era, Bruce's political involvement led him to develop many strong relationships over the years, including his friendships with 3 United States presidents. And whereas after Pat's passing in 2004, Bruce was blessed to again find love, and he shared more than 15 joyful years with his second wife, Linda Jacobson. He treasured time spent together with her and with her 2 daughters, his children, and his more than 50 grandchildren and great-grandchildren. And whereas a man of courage, strength, and compassion, he gave generously to others, and his wisdom, warmth, and valued counsel will not be forgotten. He was a devoted husband, father, and grandfather, and he leaves behind memories that will be cherished forever by his many loved ones. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Senate of the State of Texas, 88th Legislature, hereby extends sincere condolences to the bereaved family of Bruce Jacobson, and be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be prepared for his family as an expression of deepest sympathy from the Texas Senate, and that when the Senate adjourns on this day, it do so in memory of Bruce Jacobson.
Senator Hancock, you're recognized on the resolution.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President and members, for allowing me to bring this before. In fact, I would tell you that Dr. Jacobson would be a little bit embarrassed that we're doing this. He was the type of man that didn't walk into a room seeking to draw attention to self, but simply sought to make where he was at the time a better place. And he did that. Jacobson's dad, Dr. Jacobson, and my father served on the school board together. We traveled many times together. Obviously, he is very much a protector of life, as you find out with his 7 kids and 50 grandkids. And just a unique man. Very, very involved in politics. he and Pat helped literally shift the state of Texas. I think many of the children worked up in D.C. as well on that, but this did it very, very quietly. But I think the biggest recognition of Dr. Jacobson comes in recognizing his family. Really, the character of a man is the family, the legacy he leaves behind, and he leaves a wonderful family behind, very involved in the community, in very different aspects, very diverse, but very giving and thoughtful of other people as well. And so they are here in the gallery. So I would ask y'all to stand so that we may recognize you and that we can pay respects to Dr. Jacobson. And with that, Mr. President, I move adoption of the resolution.
Thank you, Senator Hancock. Thank you to the family of Dr. Jacobson for joining us today. Would all those in favor of the resolution please rise? Being unanimous, the resolution is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 494 by Whitmire et al., commemorating the 100th anniversary of the Miller Outdoor Theater.
Senator Whitmire on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, along with the entire Houston delegation, it is my honor to recognize the 100th anniversary of the Houston Miller Outdoor Theater. Miller Outdoor Theater has a rich history of providing completely free entertainment in Houston's diverse communities and to visitors of our great city. Entertainment includes classical music, jazz concerts, dance, ballet, Shakespeare, musical theater, classic films, and much more, including the recent NFL draft occasion. Today we are joined on the Senate floor by Tim Cisneros, our board chairman, Allison Green, the secretary of the board, Sissy Siegel Davis, managing director, and Sean Hopton, general manager. In the gallery, we're also honored to have Miller Advisory Board members, Aylin Perez, Kathy Brock, David Anderson, and June Dietrich. Members, if you've not visited a performance at the Outdoor Miller Theater, I encourage you to do so. Your family, the next time you're in Houston, you'll probably see Senator Miles there, Carol Alvarado, myself, Benton Court. I could go on and on. It really is a Houston asset that we want to recognize today. So thank you, Ms. Cisneros, everyone present today, certainly. Where are those board members I recognize? If y'all would stand. Members, I appreciate y'all being here. And I will yield at this time, Mr. President, to Senator Miles, which is the proud senator of where it's located.
Senator Miles, you're recognized on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Whitmire, I want to thank you for bringing this resolution to the floor, recognizing the 100th anniversary of Miller Outdoor Theater for honoring its leadership. Miller Outdoor Theater sits in the Senate District 13 and has been bringing free entertainment to Houston for over 100 years. They feature all kinds of entertainment, as Senator Whitmire says, from Broadway productions to music reviews, cultural performances, in the heart of the city of Houston. Miller Outdoor Theater brings in entertainment that reflects the diversity of Houston, which is most important. My family and I enjoy their entertainment for many years. My wife is even on the board of the Miller Outdoor Theater. She couldn't be here today, so she brings her greetings as well. The organization helps to further its cause, as she does. I want to congratulate Miller Outdoor Theater on its leadership for 100 years anniversary and wish them continued success in bringing the world of entertainment to Houston. Thank you for all the hard work you do, and welcome to your capital, and congratulations on your 100th year anniversary. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Miles. Senator Alvarado on the resolution.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Whitmire, thank you for offering the resolution. And while it is in Senator Miles's district, so many Houstonians enjoy Miller Outdoor. One of my favorite times of the year to visit is in October when you have Chicano Festival. And you bring in the Hana artists from around the state. And we always look forward to that. And also during 16 de septiembre, having the grito there. That's always a fun event too. So we appreciate everything that Miller Outdoor has to offer and the diverse talent that it brings to Miller Outdoor. And these events are always free, so there is something for everyone. We celebrate and congratulate you on 100 years. Thank you.
Senator Betancourt on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dean and Senator Miles, Senator Alvarado, thank you for recognizing the Miller's 100th anniversary. Sometime back in the past, and I can't remember how many years ago, it was closer to 50 from now, I do remember going to the Miller Outdoor Theater, and for the first time in my life, I was exposed to the 1812 Overture with cannon fire at the Miller Outdoor Theater. And believe me, that was quite an event, got my attention and got me hooked on going to the Miller Outdoor Theater ever since then. So happy 100th.
Senator Whitmire to close on the resolution.
Mr. President, I so move adoption of the resolution.
Members, Senator Whitmire moves adoption. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, the resolution is adopted. Members, the following message from the governor. Secretary will read the message.
To the Senate of the 88th Legislature, regular session, I ask the advice, consent, and confirmation of the Senate with respect to the following appointments. To be members of the Brazos River Authority Board of Directors, Jennifer L. Jen Henderson, Round Rock. Moidu Mike Kahn, Sugar Land. Judy A. Crone, Georgetown. Tracy G. LaChance, Danbury. Catherine A. Cat Parks, Hamilton. Jared D. Smith, Danbury. Roger Wayne Wilson, Jr., Bryan. To be District Attorney of the 118th Judicial District, Howard, Martin, and Glasscock Counties, Joshua A. Hamby, Big Spring. Respectfully submitted, Greg Abbott, Governor of Texas, to nominations.
The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the Senate.
House Concurrent Resolution 99, Senate Concurrent Resolution 28, Senate Bill 349, Senate Bill 1008, Senate Bill 1055.
Members, if there are no objections, I'd like to postpone the reading and referral of bills until the end of today's session. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, referral is postponed. Members, that concludes the morning call. Senator Sparks, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider Senate Bill 561.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be read on 3 separate days.
No, Senator Sparks, it's the regular order of business.
Oh, my apologies.
Suspend the regular order of business.
Yeah, I move to suspend the regular order of business. Thank you for that.
Member Senator Sparks moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 561. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell,
20 ayes and 10 nays. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 561. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 561, relating the authority of a political subdivision to issue debt to purchase or lease tangible personal property.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for final passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 561.
Member Senator Sparks move final passage Senate Bill 561. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt,
There
Birdwell.
being 20 ayes and 10 nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Hughes, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on SCR 26.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider at this time Senate Concurrent Resolution 26. Today, under federal law, there are restrictions on consolidating workforce development programs with social services programs available through the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. As we might imagine with the government programs, there's often overlap and inefficiencies. And if we had a one-stop shop, if you will, for folks needing services to come and get help in one place, workforce development, other social services, it would be more helpful to those needing help and more efficient for the taxpayers. We previously passed Senate Bill 2315 off the Senate floor that sets up a task force for Texas to prepare for when the feds allow us to have these consolidated services. SCR 26 follows on with that and urges Congress to amend federal law and give us this flexibility to help folks in a more efficient and effective way. That's all the resolution does, and I move suspension.
Members, Senator Hughes moves suspension of the regular order of business on SCR 6. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell,
There
Creighton.
being 26 ayes and 5 nays, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary will read the resolution.
SCR 26, urging Congress to amend federal law to allow states to provide for the consolidation of federally funded workforce development services with federally funded social safety net services.
Senator Hughes, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move adoption, Senate Concurrent Resolution 26.
Member Senator Hughes moves adoption of SCR 26. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
There being 26 ayes and 5 nays, the motion or the resolution is adopted. Congratulations, Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Betancourt, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take and consider committee substitute Senate Bill 1581.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the regular order of business and take up and consider the committee substitute to Senate Bill 1581.
Member Senator Betancourt moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute Senate Bill 1581. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
Having 20 ayes and 11 nays, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage committee substitute Senate Bill 1581. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1581 relating to the establishment of the Texas Health Insurance Mandate Advisory Collaborative.
Senator Eckhart to speak on final passage.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I rise to commend Senator Betancourt for the bill, bringing this very useful commission to elevate the information that we have when we pass legislation in this body. I also look forward to working with Senator Betancourt and other stakeholders over the course of the next couple of years to see how this body operates so that we can increase the number of outcome measures. Right now it is predominantly focused on inputs, but that is a great place to start. And the turnaround time may need to be shortened up as we get the flywheel going on this thing, but I really appreciate the bill.
Thank you, Senator Eckhart. Members, the motion is on, Senator Betancourt, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. Thank you, Senator Eckhart, because the health plans are very supportive of this, because it just goes back to a simple advocacy of what gets measured gets fixed. So with that, I move final passage of the committee substitute of Senate Bill 1581.
Members, Senator Betancourt moves final passage. Committee substitute Senate Bill 1581. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt,
19 ayes and 12 nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Okay. Senator Nichols, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business. Take up and consider Senate Bill 2580.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. I move to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 2580. Members, this is a MUD for Liberty County, 764 acres, agreed upon template, and it's supported by the counties. I move we suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 2580.
Members, Senator Nichols moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 2580. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2580. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 2580 relating to the creation of the Liberty County Municipal Utility District Number 12.
Senator Nichols, you're recognized for a motion.
I move passage to engrossment of Senate Bill 2580.
Member Senator Nichols moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Nichols, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
I so move.
Member Senator Nichols moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco,
There being
Tanner.
27 ayes and 3 nays, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 2580. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 2580, relating the creation of the Liberty County Municipal Utility District Number 12.
Senator Nichols, you're recognized for a motion.
I move final passage, Senate Bill 2580.
Member, Senator Nichols moves final passage, Senate Bill 2580. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell,
There being
Blanco.
27 ayes and 3 nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. Got another one, Rob.
Senator Nichols, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business. Take up and consider Senate Bill 2594.
Mr. Chairman, members, we move suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 2594. Members, this is a Liberty County Management District, conforms to the committee template. It's within the City of Cleveland. The City of Cleveland supports it. I move suspension of regular order of business.
Member, Senator Nichols moves suspension of the regular order of business, Senate Bill 2594. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2594. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 2594, relating the creation of the Liberty County Management District Number 2.
Senator Nichols, you're recognized for a motion.
I move passage of engrossment of Senate Bill 2594.
Member, Senator Nichols moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none. Bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Nichols, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
I so move.
Member, Senator Nichols moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell,
Having
Blanco.
27 ayes and 3 nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 2594. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 2594, relating the creation of the Liberty County Management District Number 2.
Senator Nichols, you're recognized for a motion.
I move final passage, Senate Bill 2594.
Member, Senator Nichols moves final passage Senate Bill 2594. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell,
Having
Blanco.
27 ayes and 3 nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members.
Senator Parker, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business. Take up and consider committee substitute Senate Bill 1780.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider the substitute of Senate Bill 1708. In 2019, the 85th Texas Legislature enacted legislation to allow for remote online notarization, or RON, with several safeguards in place, including identity proofing and credential analysis. RON allows for individuals to have their documents remotely notarized, avoiding many inconveniences and potential difficulties formerly caused by the requirement that acknowledgments be witnessed by the notary and the signer within each other's physical presence. Transactions utilizing RON have proven popular and a great benefit to consumers. The current statute does not accommodate the use of a remote ink notary. A remote ink notarization allows a person to use wet ink signature rather than electronic. During the COVID pandemic, the governor provided for a temporary accommodation in the form of a governor's proclamation allowing for remote ink notary in real property transactions if certain conditions were met. This is a helpful accommodation allowing individuals to close real estate transactions without risking exposure to COVID during the pandemic. A straightforward means of providing for remote ink notary transactions going forward is to amend the existing RON statute to allow for REN while keeping the security framework for electronic notarizations in place. The committee's substitute to 1780 provides for remote ink notarizations within the existing RON statutory framework. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Alvarado, for what purpose?
To ask the author a question.
Do you yield, Senator Parker?
I yield.
You recognize Senator Alvarado.
Senator Parker, so this is just simply online notarization?
That is correct. Back in the 2019 session, Senator, we put in place the ability to do electronic signatures for real property transactions like this. We are now extending it, which is really already happening. We're codifying what's been taking place during the pandemic. Again, specific only to real property transactions. And now this uses wet ink. So it's a lot easier for folks to have a wet ink signature. That's really what we're allowing for.
I think it's a great bill. It's a smart bill. You know what would make this bill even better? If you would accept my amendment for online voter registration.
Senator, I appreciate very much the thought behind that, but respectfully, I'm going to stay focused on real property transactions and wet ink signatures. But thank you,
I
Senator.
just thought I'd try. You know, we're at that point.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Members, Senator Parker moves suspension of the regular order of business. Committee substitute Senate Bill 1780. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Committee substitute Senate Bill 1780. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee of Substitute Senate Bill 1780 relating to online notarization.
Senator Parker, you recognize for a motion.
Mr. President, I move passage to engrossment.
Members, Senator Parker moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Parker, you recognize for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Mr. President, I move to suspend the 3-day rule.
Members, Senator Parker moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt,
31 ayes and no nays. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage Committee substitute Senate Bill 1780. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1780 relating to online notarizations.
Senator Parker, you recognize for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Members, Senator Parker moves final passage. Committee substitute Senate Bill 1780. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt,
31 ayes and no nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations,
Thank
Senator
you, Mr.
Parker.
President.
Senator West, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business. Take up and consider Committee substitute Senate Bill 1145.
Mr. President and members, I move to suspend the rules, take up and consider Senate Bill 1145. Members, this particular bill allows municipalities and local governments the permission to be able to provide a property tax exemption for child care facilities, and making certain that if there is in fact a tax exemption given by municipality that is passed on to the persons who receive child care. It's a great bill. Exactly. Move to suspend regular order of business.
Members, Senator West moves suspension of the regular order of business. Committee substitute Senate Bill 1145. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco,
There being
Campbell.
25 ayes and 6 nays, the rule suspended. Chair lays out on second reading. Committee substitute Senate Bill 1145. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1145 relating to a local option exemption from ad valorem taxation by a county or municipality of or all or part of the appraised value of real property used to operate a child care facility.
Senator West recognized for a motion.
Move passage to engrossment.
Member Senator West moves passage to engrossment. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco,
There being
Campbell.
25 ayes and 6 nays, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator West, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So move.
Member Senator West moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco,
There being
Campbell.
25 ayes and 6 nays, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage. Committee substitute Senate Bill 1145. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1145 relating to a local option exemption from ad valorem taxation by a county or municipality of all or part of the appraised value of real property used to operate a child care facility.
Senator West, you're recognized for a motion.
Mr. President and members, on behalf of all of the families in our senatorial districts that always talk about the cost of child care, this is a mechanism or a tool that can be used by local units of government in order to assist in the cost of child care. So on behalf of all of those families, I move final passage of Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1145.
Members, Senator West moves final passage. Committee substitute Senate Bill 1145. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
25 ayes and 6 nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator West. Senator Middleton, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business. Committee substitute Senate Bill 1993.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take and consider the committee substitute for Senate Bill 1993. Thank you, Mr. President. This past November, we saw a lot of problems in Harris County on Election Day, and I saw with my own eyes one location that I was working that had an influx of voters because a lack of paper elsewhere within the county and within the district. And throughout this session, members of the Senate State Affairs Committee have heard extensive testimony from Harris County poll watchers and election officials. And unfortunately, stopping voters through the denial of paper ballots happen, and that's also the very definition of disenfranchising voters when they're not able to do so because of a lack of paper. A plan which I think had to be deliberate, denied ballot paper, and stopped countless people from voting on Election Day. And of course, there was a partisan makeup to exactly where that happened. Texas is the 9th largest economy of the world, and as Senator Betancourt pointed out during the hearings, if Harris County were a state, it would have 11 electoral college votes, which means that by itself, it would have more electoral college votes than 33 other states. And there is no reason, there is no excuse why we can't competently run our elections and have adequate ballot paper. And that's all this bill is about. This bill applies to counties with populations above 2.7 million, which is only Harris County, and this bill requires that if more than 2% of polling locations are denied ballot paper for more than 1 hour after making the request, and they in fact run out of paper, the Secretary of State shall call a new election. This bill provides a remedy for systemic ballot paper denial in Harris County and simply ensures that there is enough ballot paper for voters. And with that, I move suspension.
Senator Miles, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. Questions to the author.
Do you yield, Senator Middleton?
I do. Thank you, Senator.
You're recognized, Senator Miles.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Middleton, I'm glad to hear you not deny that this is a Harris County bill, because my first question I was going to ask you is how did you get to the population of 2.7? But in your opening, I heard you distinguish that this is a Harris County bill, correct?
Correct.
And you have a small part of Harris County, kind of probably down south, probably near the Lake Jackson, Lake Houston area. Is that correct?
Well, it's southeast. It starts in Baytown and runs to Clear Lake, the southeast corner, kind of a comma there.
Yeah. And Senator, so this is a bill that you're not trying to take statewide. You just wanted to be Harris County only.
It's addressing
not Galveston County, where your main base is, just Harris County only. Is that correct?
It's addressing a very specific problem. You know, we had 253 counties that had no issues really with ballot paper. We had one that did. So we just want to make sure that that doesn't happen again. And this is just an important accountability tool. I hope it doesn't happen again. But I think this bill will help make sure that it doesn't happen again.
And that's what this bill's for. And let me ask you, Senator Milton, you said Baytown, part of down south. Is Lake Houston, is that part of your area of Harris County?
Clear Lake, northern Clear Lake, yeah.
Lake Houston, down that area?
Not Lake Houston.
So Lake Houston is outside of inside, or?
That's in Senator Betancourt's, I believe, and Senator Creighton's.
Okay. And were you aware of some of the inaccuracies that took place down south in South Houston?
Yes, I had a number of constituents that worked the polls and said that they made multiple calls for more ballot paper, never heard a response, saw a bunch of voters at the polling location that I mentioned, that it had been an influx from areas that had run out of paper. It was a big issue. It was a big issue.
Were you aware that some of the Republican presiding judges down in South Houston, kind of down in Clear Lake area, Lake Houston Church of Christ, wrote in a declaration that the location ran out of paper and turned away approximately 150 voters, but the actual data showed The location steadily checked in voters throughout the day until around 8 p.m. without any gaps. Were you aware of that?
There's a lot about this election that's being hidden from us. I do know that open records requests are being denied right now by the Harris County election administrators. They're fighting against that. So I think that there seems to be some sort of, I guess, plan or purpose to deny what the information that we need to know what really happened. What we do know is that up to 16% of polling locations were short on paper. Now that, of course, doesn't mean that they ran out in all 16% of those, but we should never be in a situation where election judges and poll workers are concerned they're going to run out of paper despite multiple requests to get more. We didn't see that around the state. It's wrong that that's happened. We just need to make sure that we set a policy, make sure it doesn't happen again, because when you run out of paper, people can't vote. It's pretty simple.
Senator Middleton, I'm not going to argue with you and discuss with you or dispute that Harris County didn't have any problems. We did. Okay, I will openly admit that we had problems in this last election cycle in Harris County, as I've done with Senator Betancourt in the past. But some of the numbers that are being thrown around, Senator Middleton, are more the conspiracy. You said 16 voting locations, and I'm reporting, I just simply asked you, were you aware of a Republican presiding judge that said, yeah, they lost paper, but they never went down. And the facts show that from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., they had a steady flow of voters in that location, which is actually South Houston. I just asked you, were you aware of that? Because some of these numbers are more conspiracy than fact.
We have a lot of conflicting reports on this at this point. It would really help if the Harris County Election Administrator's Office would reveal to us all the information that they have.
And I'm not going to argue with you on that, okay? We're going to agree on that one. Senator Middleton, Senate Bill 1993 states that the Secretary of State, who is a near and dear friend of mine and a former colleague, can order new elections if it has good cause to believe. And that's how the bill is written, correct? Good cause to believe. Am I quoting you in the bill? Because that's what I have here.
And that is the same language that we passed in a different Senate bill this session already off this floor.
Good cause to believe.
Good cause to believe.
That at least 2% of the total number of polling places did not get supplemental ballots for 1 or more hour. Senator Middleton, can I ask you, what constitutes good cause?
I think the elements of this bill are very clear, and they speak for themselves, where you make the request for more ballot paper, you don't receive more ballot paper, and you, in fact, run out of ballot paper. I think those are very easy to prove, simple elements of this bill, and that's what's the cause to believe right there.
Does it come from does good cause come from any other official complaint, or maybe a Republican lawsuit, or is it a result of some official investigation? Because I'm really trying to get it so that everybody on the floor, before they take a vote, can get a clear understanding of good cause. Because my Secretary of State is a very knowledgeable individual. I just want her to be able to clearly be able to have something to act on, because what you're asking here is a major task, to redo a complete election in one particular county, and you're going to base all that on a term saying good cause. Where is that coming from, and how do you define good cause? I think that's it's a very straightforward, simple question. Don't you agree?
Right. That was in Senate Bill 823, I believe, is what we passed off this floor, where that was mirrored. But look, at the end of the day, these are two very simple elements.
So wait a minute. So I just want to get clarification. That came from another bill that we saw this session?
It's very similar language, yes.
And what was that
I was just pointing out the fact
What was that bill number?
I believe it was Senate Bill 823. I believe it's Senate Bill 823.
And who was the author of the bill?
I believe that's Senator Betancourt.
Senator
was the author of that bill.
So this is the terminology that you got from Senator Betancourt. Is that right? I'm just trying to understand what we're doing here.
Well, the most important parts of this bill are the two elements, and they are very simple to determine. you make the request for more ballot paper, you don't get it, and you actually run out. I mean, that's really all there is to this.
And I understand where you're going, Senator Milton, but I'm just trying to get to the definition of good cause before I can move on, so that all of our constituents can have a clear understanding on what it is that we're voting on. So what you're telling me is we're voting on a terminology that was presented by Senator Bettencourt on another election bill. Is that correct?
We're voting on this bill. So we're voting on Senate Bill 1993. We've already voted on that bill. We can't vote on two bills at one time.
I agree. But the crust of this bill is the terminology good cause. What triggers this bill, what triggers your bill, SB 1993, correct me if I'm wrong, what triggers this bill is that the Secretary of State can order a new election if it has good cause to believe. And that is a terminology, if I'm hearing you correctly, that we've adopted from Senator Bettencourt in his prior bill. Is that a correct statement?
That term was in a different bill, and that was passed on this floor, yes. Yeah.
So there is no formal definition, or there's nothing official about this term good cause, except for it came from the mouth of Senator Bettencourt.
2020.
Is that right?
I'm sorry, I missed that last question there.
The only official thing about this term, good cause, is that it was birthed from the mouth of Senator Bettencourt on one of his bills.
No, this is a different bill. That's why these elements that I'm discussing are so important, because you don't have good cause to believe if you receive more ballot paper or you don't run out. I mean, that's what good cause is about in this bill. It's very easy to prove. So
let me ask you something, and then I'll move on. This will be my last question on good cause, okay? Has the bill that Senator Bettencourt written that has the terminology good cause, has that bill passed the Senate yet?
That's HB 2020 by Representative Oliver. Dr. Oliver. Sorry, Dr. Oliverson.
You're throwing me curveball, Senator. Which bill is it?
HB 2020 and SB.
HB 2020. Okay, so it's not Senator Bettencourt's bill.
He is the sponsor.
All right, let's come back to that, because my staff's going to do some background on that. So generally, correct me if I'm wrong, the Secretary of State lacks the authority to order an election. She doesn't have that authority right now, does she? The Secretary of State? Does she have the authority to?
This would be new. Yes, that's correct. This would be new.
So
this would be new.
You're giving her the power, to the Secretary of State, the same authority as a district court is establishing procedure for a new election. So we're going to enhance the Secretary of State's power. Is that correct? Under this bill?
You know what? I don't think that it would, because I expect that everyone should have ballot paper in the next election, and this would have no effect at all. I sure hope that's the case, that everyone has ballot paper that needs it, every polling location has sufficient ballot paper, and that we never have this issue again. I really sincerely hope that's the case.
I get that. We've had some major problems, and I've admitted that, and I'm not going to debate that with you. But the question I just asked, and you answered, is does she have the power already? You said no. And I just came back and asked, so we're going to give her that power. We're going to enhance her power. Secretary of State, we're going to enhance their power, right? Under this bill. Is that correct?
This would be new. That's correct.
Because you said you didn't. That person didn't have. The Secretary of State didn't have that authority now, right?
Right.
But we're going to give it to them under Senate Bill 1993. Correct?
That's right.
Okay. And that's the same power that right now, the only person that has that authority is a district court. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. And that's why we mirror the section 231007 to match that.
Okay. All right. So will the Secretary of State have concurrent power with the court, or will they have sole authority to order a new election? So will they both have the power, or will it just be the Secretary of State now?
It would be both, so you could choose either. Yeah, you could choose either, but this, like I said earlier, would be new. It would be new.
But the Secretary of State's will only be in reference to a shortage of 2% of paper. Is that right?
Only if there's 2% of precincts and polling locations
that don't have paper. And for the lack of paper, we're going to give the Secretary of State authority to rerun a whole election in any county for which it happens in. Is that correct?
Well, it's not any county. This is only Harris County.
Oh, only Harris County. I forgot about that. That's right. It's only Harris County. So if it happens down in Montgomery County, if they run out of paper there, or if it happens in Galveston County, if they run out of paper there, this bill won't apply.
If that happens in those counties, I assure you we'll be back here.
We'll be back here.
We will be back here looking at that and making sure that it doesn't happen anywhere else. But right now, look, only one out of 254 got it wrong. Only one.
That doesn't seem kind of biased to you?
It's the facts. Only one got it wrong.
Only one got it wrong. But what's to say what's going to happen? We don't know what can happen in the future, though, do we?
We don't. We don't.
So instead of making it statewide right now, we're just going to pick on my county, little old Harris County, right? Kind of like all the other election bills that's come through here.
I don't think we're picking on anyone because this is such a basic thing. If you don't have ballot paper, you can't vote. And the whole penal code is set up this exact same way. It's based on past behavior. Our entire penal code, if everyone did the right thing all of the time, I don't think we'd have a very long penal code.
I see that as kind of being biased, and you and possibly your party picking on Harris County, which is taking place in this chamber a lot during this 88th legislative session. But let's move on. Senator Milton, is the Secretary of State going to be required to determine if the shortage of paper occurred intentionally or was it an honest mistake? So is that determination going to be made as well?
That is up to the Secretary of State, and of course it still requires that second element that they ran out. It's not just that they ordered more, but that they ran out.
And if she determines that it was done intentionally, does this bill come with a guarantee of due process and allow for Harris County to appeal the decision in any way? You don't have an appeal process in this bill, do you?
Well, they would always have that input to demonstrate the fact that they did not run out after more had been requested.
But I didn't see an appeal process in this bill. There's not one, right?
No, these are two very simple elements here.
No, there's no appeal process in your bill. Will this be a hearing, or is this going to be a unilateral decision, or is this going to be dictated or mandated, or just, how's this going? What's the process here? Because the bill doesn't speak to it. It just says there's going to be a new election.
It would be up to the Secretary of State to decide, assuming that they have not pursued the route in district court as well, or only in district court.
So when you say they're going to be concurrent powers, and it's just going to be up to the Secretary of State, what happens if the district court disagrees with the Secretary of State?
Well, the district court's going to need to follow state law.
But you understand where I'm going with this. So
which would be mandamus, right?
The other person who has the power, being the district court, disagree with the Secretary of State, Senator Zaffirini, what then happens?
That's what I was talking about a second ago with mandamus. So in other words, if a district court chooses to not follow state law, you seek a remedy to force the court to follow state law to a higher court, appellate court, Supreme Court.
So is the Secretary of State going to have more power than the district court?
In this case, no, because you always have a remedy in the court system.
So is the district court going to have more power than the Secretary?
It depends on which remedy you seek in the election. So I think that's very important.
Explain that to me, please.
So
I'm a little slow. I wrote the small bust. Explain it to me.
So you could bring a lawsuit, but the reason why that's not an adequate remedy, and I think we need the bill, is the speed at which that occurs. There is a lot of litigation right now in Harris County, and there are election challenges still ongoing. And here we are in April. We're done with session in less than 30 days. So speed matters. And when people are denied the vote, you have to have that speed in order to provide them an adequate remedy. And that's why I think this is so necessary for the Secretary of State in order to act very quickly to allow that remedy if ballot paper is denied. So the speed at which you gain relief matters a lot. It matters a lot.
Speed at which you gain relief matters or not. That's your answer to my question, what happens if the district court disagrees with the Secretary of State? That's your answer?
Well, if the district court is not following state law, it's going to go up to the Supreme Court. I mean, that's pretty simple. So, that does happen, and you can't prevent
I'm not quite sure, and as I say on this floor all the time, I'm not quite sure how that works because I'm not a lawyer. But if the Secretary of State disagrees with the district court, or the district court disagrees with the Secretary of State, you're saying whoever gets to file the complaint the fastest, they win?
This is about the remedy.
What
This
about
is
law?
about the remedy right here and the speed at which the voters can have a remedy, because we had problems. They didn't have ballot paper. They didn't get to vote. People got out of line. We don't know how many that is that left and went home and never cast their ballot. And we may never know the exact number, but it was a lot, and it wasn't right, and we need to make sure that never happens again.
Senator Middleton, don't you agree with me? I hope that you would agree with me that in all elections and all type of voting issues, there's always problems.
Nothing is ever perfect. That's
Nothing's ever
absolutely.
perfect. I'm glad you said that, Senator. Galveston County's not perfect, are they? Y'all don't do things right always right in Galveston County, do you?
Sorry, I didn't get we didn't run out of paper, and I'll tell you why. I talked to the Sheriff's Department, and our Sheriff Henry Troshaset would escort the ballot paper with the Sheriff's deputy to make sure that it got there quickly and on time before they ran out of paper. So that's how it was handled in Galveston County. It was really no problem at all, and I would hope maybe we could see that happen next time in Harris County, where they escort the ballot paper to make sure that it gets there as quickly as possible.
But you agree with me that in every election something goes wrong somewhere when it comes to
Not always
elections?
perfect. It's not always perfect.
No, it's never perfect, right? And you think this is the right answer and solution for the alleged...
I think this is a solution...
For the alleged paper shortage
to
rerun the entire election over again?
I think it's a solution to a very prescribed problem, a very unique problem, as we saw with 254 counties. And it's really insurance at the end of the day to make sure it just doesn't happen again. It's a very, very narrow remedy for a very narrow set of facts.
Very narrow set of facts. And you think this is a very wide solution for a very narrow set of facts, right?
Yes.
Yeah. But yet, in your own home-based county, the Department of Justice is in your home-based county. Is that correct?
That's regarding redistricting. It has nothing to do with ballot paper in the November general election.
You're right. It's to do with redistricting. But yet, we're here in session, and I hadn't seen you author one bill to try to fix the problem.
This is not that bill.
No. Have you
already
authored any
passed the
bill to fix the
redistricting
problem
bill.
That y'all have discriminated in Galveston County against black and Hispanic voters under Section 2 Voting Rights Act? So bad to the point that the Department of Justice is in Galveston County? Are you doing anything to fix the problems in your own county?
That is working its way through the court system, and that is not this bill.
But you're not doing anything here to help it, are you?
We didn't run out of ballot paper. I mean, if we had in Galveston County, I would put them in the bill.
You're discussing ballot paper, and we're just talking people who've been isolated and written out of the whole voting process in your county. And you're here to discuss ballot paper in Harris County and make it simple for Harris County. Senator, let me move on because I think everybody understands what's going on here. Senate Bill 1993 requires that the county bear the expense of reissuing another election. Is that correct?
It's whoever paid for the election. The county. That I knew it, which is the county and the general, yes, yeah.
So if the county is responsible for paying for something that the Secretary of State says is deemed and needed, Senator, I know this is your first session, and this is just, I've only been here 16 years. I kind of view this as an unfunded mandate. Are you requiring Harris County to artificially increase their election budget every year as to ensure that for being required to hold a duplicate election if the Secretary of State says we have to? Who's going to pay for it?
There's only going to have to be another election if they run out of paper, and I'm hopeful that never happens again. The only cost is that you deliver enough paper as is required. Right now, we know under 51008, you've got to supply enough ballot paper, and there's no reason that should happen again. It's a really simple thing. You just deliver enough paper. You don't do things like short the paper as less, like 52 voting centers receive less paper in 2022 than were cast in 2018.
Senator,
you don't do that.
You're not getting an argument out of me on that issue. You're not. I'm not here to argue that. Okay? I'm here to say that there's a lot of conspiracy circled around that. I'm here to say that even Republican precinct judges down in your area say that, yes, they ran out of paper, but they never stopped letting people vote. That's fact. I'm also here to say that you've got a bill that's directly targeting Harris County, and you've got problems in your own damn district in Galveston, major problems that are illegal, that are isolating minority voters from voting. But yet you want to come to Harris County on a conspiracy and demand that because if we get 2% less paper, you want our county to pay for a whole nother voting cycle. That's what you're doing here today. And that's why I'm voting against your bill, Senator. I appreciate your time. Hope y'all get things straightened out in Galveston. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Miles, and I appreciate you visiting with me before. I know we reserve the right to disagree on this. We do, but I just think that we need to make sure that we have enough ballot paper at all our polling locations.
Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
Ask the author questions on his bill.
Senator Middleton, do you yield?
I do.
Senator Middleton, how many individuals have you or anyone else confirmed were unable to vote because of the paper shortage?
We estimate in the thousands, but one of the problems that I mentioned earlier is the Harris County Election Administrator's Office is fighting these open records requests. They're not answering questions. If you've seen, that's very famous, actually, that they're not. They actually initially denied meeting with one of the commissioners, Tom Ramsey. I don't know the status of that. So it's unfortunate that they're making it difficult to determine the exact number.
Are you aware of, personally, or have you received any information of a single individual who has complained of not voting because of the paper shortage?
We know people were turned away. We know people did not end up voting. We know this happened throughout this swath of the county. I mean, we see the map there.
My question is, do you have any names of individuals who've complained that they were unable to vote because of the paper shortage?
Harris County Republican Party has collected names, yes. I don't have them here with me, but they have.
How did you come to the 2% number in your bill, 2% of polling places?
Right, so it was 16% we estimated that were affected by the ballot paper shortage. And then 52 were polling centers, voting locations that received less paper in 2022 than 2018. So we set a bar that we wanted to make sure covered enough of the issue while allowing a tolerance for error. In other words, if just one ran out. So 2% is estimated to be about 16. So 2% of 782 is 16. So if there were a few and something fell through the cracks, no new election. But if it becomes systemic, then yes, you've got to call a new election.
What relationship between 2% or 16 polling locations and a statistical probability of having a material effect on the outcome of an election?
Well, there should be no statistical probability of denying ballot paper once it's requested.
That's not my question.
Incidence of that should be zero.
Let me restate my question for you. What is the relationship between 2% or 16 polling locations and the probabilities of changing the outcome in an election?
This is not about changing the outcome of an election. This is just making sure that everyone who wants to vote gets to vote and they don't have an unreasonably long wait because we're waiting on ballot paper, or they can't vote at all because the polling location doesn't have ballot. It's that simple.
So
It's not
based on
about
your
statistics, it's about what's right. That's all it's about.
So based on your answer and that it's not about statistics, your bill has no requirement that the lack of paper made any statistically probable effect on the election, correct?
It doesn't look at the outcome. It doesn't look at what may or may not have happened. This is just everyone has to have the opportunity to vote, and that's all it's about. So,
I did note in the fiscal note, and this always bothered me when I was a county judge as well, it says there could be a significant fiscal impact for counties required to fund an additional election. That always bothered me as a county when it says could be a significant fiscal impact. Do you have any knowledge of the cost of a county-wide election in Harris County?
well, they spend about $30 million, so that is way more than, by the way, shout out, Dallas County is about $12 million. Bexar County is about 5.7, so that shows you how much more they're spending and getting worse results. So I think we have a problem with the election administrator's office, and really the cost should be zero or close to zero, because all you got to do is make sure they have enough paper at the polling locations.
Your bill, without requiring any evidence of a statistically probable impact on the election results, has the Secretary of State requiring a complete do-over of an election that will cost tens of millions of dollars. Correct?
I don't think it'll cost anything. If we pass this, I'm pretty sure that the outcome is going to be there's going to be enough ballot paper.
Thank you for answering my questions.
Senator Alvarado. For what purpose?
To ask the author a few questions.
Senator Middleton, do you yield?
I do, thank you.
I have a chat here with my neighbor, not just neighbor here in proximity, but neighboring districts, right?
Right across the ship channel.
I'm completely in Harris County, and you have a very small part of Harris County, but you've taken great interest in Harris County with your bill. So Senator Miles pointed out a quote from one of the, what wasn't a quote, but it was a summary of what took place in with one of the Republican presiding judges in Lake Houston. The Chronicle did a pretty extensive article on the issue of running out of paper. This is the article. Should we call this Exhibit 1? There's a quote from a Republican judge at St. Mary's Episcopal who says that they ran out of paper just after 4 o'clock till about 6:15 p.m. But the data shows that at least 134 voters checked in at the polling place during that time. So what's the explanation? If they ran out of paper, how were they still allowing people to vote? 134 people during that window of time.
That would be a good question for the election administrator's office, and why we estimate 121 polling locations were shorted paper, and that's one out of 121.
So in your opinion, would a statement like that of an election judge give the Secretary of State good cause to believe that their polling place were out of ballots, even though the statements turned out to be false?
No, because the polling locations request additional paper. There's ways to log that and track that. So when they have requested that paper and been denied for more than 1 hour, and they do in fact run out of paper, they have to run out of paper, that's the second part of this bill, then it would give good cause to believe under the piece of legislation.
So that's the process. Those are the steps.
Yes. So you have to hit those two elements before you have good cause to believe.
Are there provisions in your bill that would prevent false reports from election judges initiating a new election?
I believe so, because of the good cause standard. This is up to the Secretary of State. It's not up to the election judges. It's not up to the election judges. So they would be able to track who's requested additional ballot paper and whether or not they had run out of ballot paper.
Okay, well, I guess I'm going to have to look at those provisions. Senator, who made the heat map of Harris County that's been used by some as proof of voter suppression?
So this is an estimate, of course. It would be great to fill in more information here with the election administrator's office data. Unfortunately, a lot of that has been withheld. So this map was in committee, of course, with the Harris County Republican Party. And I would welcome more information from the Harris County Election Administrator's Office. I would love to have that.
Well, the creator of the map is a gentleman named John Russ Long. He's a presiding precinct judge in Cypress and a frequent Republican Party data consultant. He created originally to identify areas that would be good for Republican canvassing efforts. Do you know if any statistical analysis was used to come to the conclusion, or was it just correlation?
So some of this is being discovered in the election challenges that are right now being filed, and we've had a number of judges, of course, that were within a small margin of error, small enough perhaps where the voters that were turned away or gave up or didn't get to vote perhaps would have voted a different way. So of course, I think it impacted the outcome. But at the end of the day, this just goes back to something really simple. It's about the right thing. The statistics shouldn't matter when a polling location and multiple polling locations are denied paper. And this bill will have no effect whatsoever if there's enough ballot paper. It won't have any effect at all.
Senator Eckhart asked a very smart question about the proof that because of this shortage of paper that people were denied the right to vote. And you mentioned there were supposedly thousands. Where did that number come from?
Based on the estimates of the number of polling locations that had paper shortages, did not receive paper in a timely manner. And as you know, and we've all seen before, we've all worked elections before where lines get long and people give up. And we don't keep track of that because it's before they check in, right? It's before they get to the e-poll book and sign their name and their VU ID and everything's confirmed. So, we really don't know. And at the end of the day, what matters is that we need to make sure polling locations have enough ballot paper. And I think that's why this bill is so important, and it does just that in that very narrow circumstance.
Well, I just find it interesting and mind-boggling that all these claims were made, but yet people were still given the ability to vote. And maybe some people, maybe they left and went to another polling location, because in Harris County, on election day, you can go to another polling place, right?
You can. I'm not convinced that those polling locations are as evenly distributed as they should be. But yes, you may go to another.
Well, now Senator Hall had that bill to allow, to prohibit that type of activity. You cannot go to just any polling place on election day. So, okay, so it's been claimed that 110 or 119 precincts that ran out of paper were more Republican. Are you aware of that?
Republican leaning. I don't really think that the partisanship for this bill matters as much as the fact that we just want to make sure that everyone has ballot paper.
Oh, but it does, because we're now rolling up on almost 30 election bills that have passed this chamber, and all of them were sponsored by Republicans. So this has become extremely partisan. So of the 119 polling places that may have run short on ballots, only 51% are in precincts that went to Trump in 2020. Were you aware of that?
51, 52.
Okay.
52.
So in addition, the map showing the number of Trump voters is similar to the map showing the number of total voters. Or in other words, it's where a lot of the people in Harris County live, regardless of their political affiliation. Are you aware of that?
It would be great to have more data from the Harris County Election Administrator's Office on this, exactly where it happened. I'll tell you the other thing that we keep getting away from is the fact that we just need to make sure we have enough ballot paper. That's all that matters here. It shouldn't matter, hey, this is a 50-50 precinct, y'all can be denied ballot paper. No, that's not right.
And why not do this statewide? We know that this may have happened in Harris County. I mean, we're still trying to show the correlation between running out of paper and people not being able to vote. Why not make it statewide?
It only happened in Harris County.
Well, but
sadly.
y'all been passing a lot of election bills that are based on hypothetical situations. So, I mean, we're talking about running out of ballot paper. This isn't like running out of toilet paper during the pandemic. I think you're overreaching in this, and I'll be voting against your bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And I don't think it's a budget thing. You know, as I laid out earlier, Dallas County is about $12 million, Bexar County 5.7, Harris County is spending about $30 million. So clearly, this is not a lack of resources. It's something much bigger than that. You know.
Senator Bettencourt, for what purpose?
Ask questions of the author.
Do you yield, Senator Middleton?
I do. Thank you.
You recognize Senator Bettencourt.
Thank you, Senator Middleton, because I think you keep going back to this simple bill, which is government shouldn't put an election on without making sure that there's ballot paper in the polls, right?
Right.
And you may or may not know, but one of the few public statements that the election administrators made, he said that there were 4 million such sheets in circulation, but it seemed to be very few of those made it to the polls that ran out of ballot paper. True?
That's true. Yeah.
And mentioning this, looking at your bill, you mentioned that if 2% of the polls have a problem, and my quick Aggie math is that 767 polls times 2% is roughly 15 polls. So that's more than a dozen and a big number in an urban area. True?
That's right. And we have some voting centers that a lot of people vote, you know, like the Freeman Library in Clear Lake. A lot of people go vote there. So, you know, I mean, that could be a big number with just one, honestly.
Right. And I strongly suggest that government running out of ballot paper is nothing to do with running out of toilet paper, because ballot paper can only be used one time, Senator Alvarado, and not multiple times, okay? And only one time at the poll, one time, okay? And importantly, when I've talked to many people that not only went to one poll, they went to the next poll and the next poll. In fact, the largest number of polls that somebody that I know of that went to was 4 polls trying to find a poll with ballot paper.
Right.
Okay, so basically, what we're establishing here, and then back to the origination of the language, that I believe what Senator Miles was talking about was House Bill 2020 by Representative Oliverson, which had a hearing in the House. And that bill was an attempt to talk about when an election administrator fails. Now let's talk about what's happened in Harris County in 2022. Has more than one election administrator failed in Harris County in 2022?
Yes, one left. Longoria left not long before the current one.
Right, she left because she couldn't run a primary election. In fact, she swore to a judge on Thursday, 2 days after the primary election, that she had counted all the ballots. And then after the 10:30 newscast on Saturday night, you know what happened? A press release came out and said, we found 10,000, Senator Sparks. We found 10,000 ballots. And I believe 6,000 were Democrat ballots and 4,000 were Republican. And by the next commissioner's court meeting, there was presiding judges of both political parties down there saying what a terrible election had occurred. And she literally had a video that appeared to be resigned in place, already prepared. I mean, you've seen some of this, haven't you?
I vividly recall that in the primary in Pasadena, there was a election judge that said only Democrats can vote here, you know, and you can't do that. And anyway, that happened. I saw that happen, and that, of course, is, I'm not sure if that was in SD 6 or 11, but it was real close to Senate District 11.
Right. Now, so this is, and you do have part of Harris County, obviously. Now, let's talk about the map and just want to make sure that we understand. This is Russ Long's map. He is a precinct chair. He did a heat map of where Republican primary voters live. That's all it was. He didn't advertise it as to where Democrats lived. He didn't advertise it to say this was Trump versus Biden, which is what the Chronicle ran a map on. We'll get to that in a second. It's just a map of where Republicans live. True?
Yes.
Right. So there seemed to be a high correlation between that map and the fact that KHOU 11 did the initial investigation, and they had 121 polling places, did they not, that they thought were undersupplied, is the term they use with ballot paper.
That's right, and that's 16%. That's a big number.
That is a huge number. That's 16% of the nation's third largest county. This is literally like saying that Rhode Island didn't have any paper ballots. That's the magnitude of the mistake. I want to make sure the members and the public understand the magnitude of the mistake of not getting ballot paper to polls is up to the size of one of our smallest states in the union. Now, okay, so the Chronicle did their own study. That's what Senator Alvarado was talking about. It was 119 polling places. And they did have some data that potentially one person that said they ran out of polls, at least their data showed not. But they didn't have it for 20 people. They didn't have it for 119 people. So the fact is that thousands of voters got turned away, and I believe suppressed, because if government puts on election and doesn't, Senator Alvarado doesn't have ballot paper, right? And they can't use the tissue paper that she just provided me, okay? Their votes are going to be suppressed, okay, on the full, because they can't vote. Am I missing something?
That's right.
Besides a laugh, am I missing something? Okay. Anyway, now, and finally, with all of this, what you're trying to do is set up a logical construct that says this can never happen again, right?
That's all it does, is this just makes sure that we have enough ballot paper. It's very simple.
Right.
That's the goal, that's the purpose, that's what we want to have happen.
Right, because if government puts on election and doesn't provide ballot paper, people will be turned away from the polls, and in Harris County's case, that's thousands of people. Now, there's 21 active election contests. All right, do you know that the first one has been actually set for trial? Right, apparently Senator Miles, June the 12th, the first one of those election cases is going to trial. That's former Judge Lunsford's case. And Judge Peoples has told everyone that they're prepared for trial, that there may be multiples. So for the first time in my lifetime, the first time I know of any time in the state of Texas, we've got 21 active election contests because the election administrator wouldn't get ballot paper to the polls, and he knew about it at 9:30 and did nothing. Threw out a young Republican staffer out of Canino Road and threatened him with trespass after 10 o'clock. Wouldn't respond to multiple requests from presiding judges of both parties. And that went on until 3 o'clock in the afternoon when they finally sent teams out to try to get ballot paper. And some of those teams showed up at 9 o'clock. And from memory, I'm quoting a Chronicle story where one judge, he had 40 people in line at 7 o'clock, didn't have ballot paper, had already turned away 100 people, and only 4 were there at 9 o'clock when finally the resupplied ballot paper hit his precinct. Now, that means people were suppressed because the 36 people that left after 7 o'clock, where would they go find a poll that was open?
Yep. And a lot didn't know they were extended from 7 to 8. They just gave up at 7.
Right, and gave up earlier and gave up earlier. And finally, no matter what map I've seen, whether it's the Republican Party's heat map, whether it's the Trump versus Biden from 2018, by the way, the worst election for Republicans in the last 8 years, and that's saying something, because the Republicans have not won an election until this time in 8 years. That has the highest margin of victory for the Democrats in that election was used as a reason to say the other map's no good. But what I submit that the Chronicle did was take apples and oranges, Senator Miles, and basically turn them into lemons, because however you look at those maps, there's one distinguishing feature. There's hardly any polls in deep blue Harris County that ran out of paper. True?
True.
And that's what your bill is here because you're making sure that it never happens again. Thank you for bringing the bill, Senator Milton.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator West, for what purpose?
Question of the author.
Do you yield, Senator Middleton?
I do yield. Thank you.
You're recognized, Senator West.
Senator Middleton, my friend Senator Betancourt made a great argument on mom and apple pie and making certain that every Texan should have a right to vote. And we shouldn't take that vote lightly. So in the spirit of Senator Betancourt, don't you think this bill should be applied to every Texas county? Not just Harris County, but every county in the state. So we can make certain that if this good cause exists, that every Texan has a right to appeal to the Secretary of State to make certain that their vote is in fact counted. Do you agree with that?
No one else had any problems?
No. That's not the question I asked. That's not the question I asked, out of all due respect. The question I asked is whether or not you think it should be applicable to all counties to make certain that we don't have this problem. And that if good cause exists in any county, that the Secretary of State should have the power that you're vesting in that office right now. That's the question that I'm asking.
I'd be happy to continue working with you on that. Of course, we still have the judicial remedy that we talked about earlier. So if you had another piece of legislation, or be happy to keep working with you on that.
Well, this is the legislation right here, though.
Yeah.
And it's germane to this legislation. Don't you agree? That if you want to make certain that the Secretary of State, based on what my good friend spent the last 10 minutes talking about, that we empower all voters in the state of Texas who feel as though they have not been able to vote, this is the perfect vehicle to get it done. Let's apply it to every county in the entire state.
And I'm not aware.
We take it up another day. I mean, this is the day we should be taking it up.
So you would support an amendment, or you have an amendment today?
Well, I'm pretty certain that there will be an amendment. I will support that amendment.
So
would you support it?
So at the end, we want to make sure everybody votes, Senator. We want to make sure everybody gets the opportunity to vote. And as the same with the penal code, unfortunately, it's always backward looking. We always are looking backwards when someone deliberately or willfully or intentionally does the wrong thing. And I think that's what happened here. And we just want to make sure that everyone in Harris County gets the opportunity to vote, and ballot paper is not denied. Now, if something happens in this next election where ballot paper we feel like was not offered, or complaint lines, phone calls weren't answered, or it wasn't delivered on time, or it was more than an hour, or polling locations were shut down, or any of that, then yes, we need to look at it again for other counties. I agree with you. But at this time, we need to address a specific issue for Harris County.
So you would not, after all of these speeches on the floor, you would not support an amendment to your bill to make this statewide as opposed to just targeted on Harris County? Yes or no?
Anytime voters are denied an opportunity to vote, I'm going to work with you to make sure we make that right. And
work with me right now. Work with me right now. Again, the question becomes one, given the speeches made by our good friend, Senator Betancourt, because I know he's going to support an amendment if we have an amendment to make it statewide, given the speech that he made. And I think Senator Miles is going to have an amendment, and I'm going to join him in the amendment. I hope Senator Betancourt does the same thing. We're trying to make certain that every Texan's vote is in fact safeguarded. Not just Harris County, but the entire state of Texas. That's what your bill does, sir. And then you're vesting in the Secretary of State, which I hadn't gotten to yet, the power to do that.
I think the amendment, we just identified an issue of the sizing with the percentages where 2% of Loving County is all voting locations.
Well, 2% is 2%. We're trying to make it uniform. You're trying to make it uniform that the Secretary of State has the authority. So it needs to be 2% and apply to the entire state. And by doing it that way, we put every county on notice. On notice. that if these instances occur and there's quote unquote good cause, then the election can be held again. That's what you're trying to do. So it shouldn't just be applicable to Harris County, it should be applicable to any county, not just Harris County, sir. And that's what I'm asking in terms of this amendment that I'm going to be sponsoring with Senator Miles and hopefully Senator Bettencourt and others to make it applicable to all counties in order to make sure we manifest the intent of this particular bill. Don't you agree we should manifest the intent of this particular bill?
I'd be happy to look at it, but that is a concern that's already been identified with the 2%, and especially with these small, very small counties. So,
I didn't understand your response. You said you'd be happy to look at it?
I'd be happy to look at it.
Okay, I think Senator Miles is bringing it over there for you to look at it. Would you take a look at it? Because that may be the difference as it relates to whether we get unanimity on this particular bill or it be divided based on partisanship.
Senator West, have you concluded your question period?
No, sir, I haven't.
Okay.
And it might very well be that we need to have a different percentage for some other counties. And if you pull the bill down for a few moments, let's sit down and figure out whether or not we can do that and come up with an agreement. So pull it down for about 10 minutes. So
if there's unanimity, though, from your caucus and Senator Miles, Senator West, Senator Eckhart, then we could suspend, the rules to file a bill to do that, right? I mean, we could work on that. But I think we've identified an issue where, especially the rural counties, are going to have a problem with the 2%. And I have a problem with that.
And I agree with you there. That's why I'm saying if you can pull it down for a few moments, let's kind of talk about the sizing of what that number needs to be to make it not 2%, but something reasonable in light of the circumstances.
And we could do that on a third reading amendment as well. I'm new here, so
That's why I'm asking you to pull it down.
Well, that's different than third reading amendment.
I mean, all due respect, and talk to your colleagues. I understand that you're new here, but you've been a part of the legislative process. If we can get bipartisanship on this most important issue, I think that if you can just pull it down for 10 minutes and let's discuss it in terms of the percentages that should be applicable to the size of the county, we may be able to get a bipartisan bill out here that will obviously hopefully pass in the House also. So I'm just asking you for 10 minutes.
We can look at it for a few minutes.
Senator West, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I won't be long, but we've amply discussed the amendment that will be considered, and we're working on it. But Senator Middleton, the Secretary of State, is that an elected official?
No, it is appointed.
And the Secretary of State is appointed by?
Governor.
Okay.
Confirmed
and so
by.
You want to vest in a political appointee the ability to make a decision as to whether or not an election should be overturned and reheld.
Well,
is that correct?
I would disagree about overturning. You're calling a new election, so voters get to vote again. You know, nobody's vote is being overturned. You get the opportunity to vote again. So, you know, this is very different than I think the way you're describing it here. But look, the Secretary of State is in charge of our elections. You laid out how she's appointed and confirmed, of course, by this body and this chamber.
Let's hold that for a second. The Secretary of State is in charge of the elections. The procedures concerning the election, she's in charge of, correct?
Well, some of it is split out with the county election administrator.
No, I'm not talking about that.
There's some division, yes.
Okay, I'm not talking about that part. The Secretary of State, from what I understand, is in charge to make sure that the procedures of the election are in fact followed.
Followed, yes.
Okay.
That our
So if there's a violation, someone then has standing to complain, and the way they complain is go to the judiciary. Is that correct?
They could do that, yes. That is a remedy. That is
it's required that they do that.
It's a remedy.
Are they required to do that in order to get relief?
Currently, are you talking about an election challenge? They have, yes. As we've seen with the election challenges filed in Harris County, they're required.
Hold on, I'm not talking about Harris County. I'm just making certain that everyone understands what the law is, first of all, as it relates to the power of the Secretary of State on the current law. And if there's a problem with the election, then you have to go to the judiciary, not to a political appointee, in order to get relief. Is that correct?
Right. I mean, we've seen some instances where the Secretary of State waived certain provisions, you know, to...
Be more specific about certain provisions.
2020, I think we saw some instances where, you know, voting was allowed, essentially, and there was the one drop-off ballot location, so...
What? I'm sorry.
So the Secretary of State was involved in how our elections were conducted, as the Secretary of State always is, in the 2020 elections because of COVID. That's all I was saying. I'm sorry I was confusing how I said that, but that's all I meant.
Okay, so you agree that the Secretary of State is responsible for procedures and then make sure the procedures are followed. If someone is aggrieved by lack of following the procedures, then they have to go to the judiciary in order to get relief. Would you agree with that?
Typically, yes.
Okay, all right. And so the reality is this particular bill vests that authority in the Secretary of State, a political appointee. If a person is aggrieved, they can, under your bill, if it passes and become law, they can go to a political appointee as opposed to the judiciary in order to get the relief from their allegation, correct?
It's very prescribed. It's very, very prescribed. So in other words, you've got to request more ballot paper, be denied for more than an hour, actually run out of ballot paper. And like I said with Senator Miles, speed matters in this, right? So when someone's vote is denied, either they walk away, they're in line, or they don't vote at all because they're out of ballot paper at the polling location. So it could be both types of situations. It covers that, you know, and the speed matters in that. And all this says is we want to make sure in a timely manner there's a new election where your vote's going to count and there's going to be enough ballot paper. That's all it does.
Sir, I understand what it says. I read it. But the individual that makes that determination is a political appointee as opposed to a judge in our judicial branch of government. Correct?
Secretary of State is political appointee, yes, correct.
All right. And the current law is that if a person is aggrieved of an election violation, they go to the judiciary in order to get relief, correct?
Typically, yes. And is this new? Yes, this is new, but so is denying ballot paper. Like this.
Mr. President?
Systemically.
And I'm trying to figure out, how do I raise a point of order on separations of power?
Senator West, we're on suspension motion, so a point of order at this time is not in order.
Okay, parliamentary inquiry then.
State your inquiry.
At the appropriate time, how do I raise a point of order on separations of power?
Would you approach the dais, please, Senator West? Senator Middleton. Senator West, did that conclude your period of question and answer?
No, sir.
Okay, you're recognized.
Okay, Senator Melton, as it relates to the procedure that the Secretary of State goes through if it has conflicting evidence of good cause, what is the procedure that they go through, or do they promulgate rules for that particular purpose?
That's up to the Secretary of State, and of course, there's always, with any law we pass here that involves entities like the Secretary of State, there's a rulemaking process. But I will say this, though, it's very limited. I mean, this is not two subjective elements here. They're really not subjective at all.
Could you put your mic up?
You have to run out of usable paper. I mean, it's pretty easy to determine at more than 2%.
I mean, if there's a conflict as to whether or not the person in the poll ran out of paper and it wasn't restored within 2 hours, how then does the Secretary of State resolve that?
They have to take these complaints, like with anything, where they have the hotline during the election, and it's up to the Secretary of State to determine whether our election laws are being followed, as you mentioned.
No, I understand that. I'm saying if we're trying to give the Secretary of State at this point, former Senator Nelson, some instructions. And so what I'm asking is, if there's conflicting evidence as, number one, whether they ran out of paper and whether or not it was restored within 2 hours, how does she, being the current Secretary of State, resolve that?
That's up to the Secretary of State to resolve that question.
So then one person in the executive branch of government makes that decision.
It's one person. I think all of us just voted to confirm.
Well, right, because that's our constitutional duty, okay? It's not the constitutional duty of the executive branch to resolve conflicts. It's the judicial branch of government's duty to resolve conflicts. You agree?
It's the Secretary of State's job to help administer our elections, and that's what this does.
Administer. You're right. You're right. Administer, not decide the election contest. It's the judicial branch of government's authority to decide election contests?
Well, this is not an election contest. This is just ordering a new election, allowing voters to make sure that they have their input if there was ballot paper that was not.
All right, so let me just make certain in closing out, what you are telling your members is that a member in the executive branch of government has the ability to look at conflicting evidence and then make a decision as to whether or not this particular threshold has in fact been met, and then secondly, whether or not paper has been provided within the 1 or 2 hours. Someone in the executive branch of government, correct?
The Secretary of State does have that ability under this piece of legislation, yes.
And it's up to a political appointee to weigh the credibility of the evidence it receives and the individuals presenting that evidence, correct?
It's up to the Secretary of State to determine if there's good cause that additional paper has been requested and that it didn't show up and that ballot paper, well, they ran out.
That doesn't give you pause for concern that you are passing legislation potentially giving someone in the executive branch of government the authority in order to make determinations of allegations in election contests, and it's well suited that the judiciary currently does that. Do you recognize what this bill does?
I think it's pretty clear what it does. It's going to make sure that we have enough ballot paper.
Make sure it just, all right, well, and then lastly, in terms of good cause, I think we had the same issue when we were talking with Senator Goldcourse on good cause, and she changed that wording. I don't know that's a legal standard. Are you trying to have a legal standard that the Secretary of State utilizes for purposes of making this determination, or are you creating another standard?
It's a standard that cannot be met unless there are very specific circumstances that up till now have only occurred in Harris County, not any other county.
So the answer to my question is you don't know, or what?
No, it's a very specific set of circumstances. So
I understand
it's not good cause to believe anything at all. It's not that at all.
You've heard of probable cause as a legal standard, right? You've heard of beyond a reasonable doubt as a legal standard, right? Those are what I'm talking about in terms of legal standards, okay? You're using good cause, and I'm asking you for purposes of intent, are you attempting to establish another standard similar to probable cause, beyond a reasonable doubt, those standards that are well documented in our jurisprudence?
So cause to believe is in our election code a number of times already. Challenge of the applicant, confirmation notice, address doesn't match, request to examine ballots, it's there. So I don't think this is particularly new or novel. And I also think that the elements underneath, and Senator Betancourt's waving some toilet paper there, is particularly new or novel when you take into account the elements.
So you pointed out several instances where good cause is in the election code?
That's cause to believe. They're similar.
Cause to believe is in the election code. And who makes those determinations in the election code?
So in those particular circumstances, it's when there's a challenge.
I understand that. Who rules on the challenge, though? Is it Secretary of State?
It's typically in a court of law, so it's district.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Typically a district judge. Typically.
So it's not in the executive branch of government, it's in the judiciary branch of government, correct?
Typically, yes, we're back to that.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator West. Senator Miles, for what purpose?
Just a statement to the author, Mr. President.
Okay, you're recognized.
Thank you, and I'll be brief. I just want to thank you for agreeing to work with us to make this bill, as you stated and Senator Betancourt stated, that everybody should have the right to vote, to make this a statewide bill. So I want to thank you for agreeing to work with us to do that, and I look forward to working with you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
And thank you, Senator Miles. It was a little more than 10 minutes that we're going to need to work on that, but We want to make sure we get it right and that we properly account for the different size counties, the different number of voting locations and voting centers. So thank you for working with us.
Members, motion before us. Senator Middleton moves suspension of the regular order of business. Committee substitute Senate Bill 1993. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
19 ayes and 12 nays. Rules suspended. Chair lays that on second reading. Committee substitute Senate Bill 1993. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1993 relating the authority of the Secretary of State to order a new election in certain counties.
Senator Middleton, recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move passage to engrossment for Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1993.
Members, Senator Middleton moves passage to engrossment. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
19 ayes and 12 nays. The bill is passed to engrossment. Will hold there, Senator Middleton. Senator West, to recognize for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider Senate Bill 1341.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Members, Senate Bill 1341 is frankly to help our senior citizens that can't provide proof of birth in many instances. That's required in order to get their driver's license. There were some issues that came up concerning, well, how do we make certain that it's applicable only to individuals that are born in the state of Texas? This particular bill does that. There was also an issue concerning what the age range was, and that was a conversation between myself and Chair Colcourse. And so during the procedures, the Chair suggests that there be language that created the eligibility threshold based on age. We're able to agree on language that will require a person who is otherwise eligible under the bill to be 65 years or older. There would be a floor amendment also that has a language proposed by the Department of Health and Human Services that creates a path that would allow an applicant to be eligible if there is no contradictory information on one of the applicant's parents, by one of the applicant's parents. Move to suspend the regular order of business.
Members, Senator West moves suspension of the regular order of business. Senate Bill 1341. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays that on second reading. Senate Bill 1341. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1341 relating to the application review process for certain delayed birth certificates.
Members, there is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by West.
Senator West on the amendment.
This goes back to a person having to be at least 65 years of age or older in order for this particular law to apply, and obviously it's a citizen of the state of Texas.
Members, Senator West moves adoption. Floor amendment number 1. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, floor amendment number 1 is adopted. Senator West, you're recognized for a motion.
Move passage to engrossment.
Members, Senator West moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator West, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So move.
Members, Senator West moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
There being 30 ayes and 1 nay, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 1341. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1341 relating to the application review process for certain delayed birth certificates.
Senator West, you're recognized for a motion.
On behalf of senior citizens in the state of Texas, I move final passage of Senate Bill 1341 as amended.
Members, Senator West moves final passage Senate Bill 1341. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
There being 30 ayes and 1 nay, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator West. Senator Schwartner, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider committee substitute Senate Bill 1399.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this bill, Senate Bill 1399, directs the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality to conduct a protectiveness review of permanent concrete batch plant permits every 6 years. The bill also provides that each authorization for a standard permit is subject to review and renewal every 6 years. Mr. President, I move suspension of the regular order of business, take up and consider committee substitute Senate Bill 1399.
Member Senator Schwartner moves suspension of the regular order of business. Committee substitute Senate Bill 1399. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute Senate Bill 1399. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1399 relating the renewal and review of standard permits for certain concrete plants.
Senator Schwartner, you recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment. Committee substitute Senate Bill 1399.
Members, Senator Schwartner moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Schwartner, you recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Members, Senator Schwartner moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage committee substitute Senate Bill 1399. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1399 relating the renewal and review of standard permits for certain concrete plants.
Senator Schwartner, you recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage. Committee substitute Senate Bill 1399.
Members, Senator Schwartner moves final passage. Committee substitute Senate Bill 1399. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado,
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Schwartner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Affarini, you are recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider committee substitute Senate Bill 1192.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business in order to take up at this time the committee substitute for Senate Bill 1192 relating to access to criminal history record information for certain employees, volunteers, and contractors, and for applicants for these positions by the Health and Human Services Commission. Members, the Commission did request that bill, and basically it would authorize the Commission to obtain criminal history records for any applicant or volunteer for the Commission's Regulatory Services Division. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Members, Senator Zaffarani moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute Senate Bill 1192. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute Senate Bill 1192. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1192 relating to access to criminal history record information for certain employees, volunteers, and contractors, and for applicants for those positions by the Health and Human Services Commission.
Senator Zaffarani, recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Members, Senator Zaffarani moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Zaffarani, recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. So moved.
Members, Senator Zaffarani moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
There being 31 ayes, no nays, rule suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage committee substitute Senate Bill 1192. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1192 relating to access to criminal history record information for certain employees, volunteers, and contractors, and for applicants for those positions by the Health and Human Services Commission.
Senator Zaffarini, you recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Members, Senator Zaffarini moves final passage. Committee substitute Senate Bill 1192. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Noel Blanco.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Zaffarini.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Betancourt, you recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business. Take up and consider Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1474.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Senate Bill 1474 is a result of a year-long Special Education Commission that was authorized by the last legislature. This is a intensity model for the first time that we will be looking at paying school districts for specific work like evaluations, et cetera, and also making other changes. I think it's a great bill. It's just a couple things that came from a committee substitute that added was a retire grant program, because we're trying to bring back retirees to help with special education. There's change in the ESA language about $1,400 to be available for eligible special education. And this was the presumption that students with a 504 plan could get the extra funds. And it adds religious liberty language to the SSES and ESA sections, increases the public requirement to be eligible for SSES and the ESA program from 6 weeks to 1 year, because that was a big discussion that we had in the committee. And with that, Mr. President, I move suspension of the regular order of business. The committee substitute is Senate Bill 1474.
Senator Hinojosa, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield for questions?
Do you yield, Senator Betancourt?
Certainly.
You're recognized, Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Senator Betancourt. I read the bill, and most of it I agree with. I guess I just need a little bit more details on the Education Savings Account Program. How does that work? Does that applies to all schools, just charter schools, or?
The ESA is basically run non-formula through the comptroller's office, and effectively it allows these families to take their money and go wherever they can try to get some help. Because that's really what the ESA for special education is these families are having extraordinary needs with children that may have extraordinary issues. And so this was designed as a way to let them go with that money to wherever they can find help. That's really what the basis is for it.
I guess they could go to a private school, a private entity, or any private...
Right. Basically, that is designed to let them go pick the school of their choice to try to find help.
And where will the come from? The money come from? Will financing come from the GR, General Revenue, or the foundation... the school foundation program, or?
Well, this one would, the bill would require TA to establish and administer an education savings program for these students with disabilities. The commissioner would adopt a list of approved instruments for allowing comparison between the quality education attained by the child participating in the program for students in other educational placements, and would require educational service providers to report the results on an individual child basis. The bill would allow the commissioner to contract this program and randomly do audits. In addition, the bill would create a parent-directed services for special education students grant. So that's really the bill pattern of this particular ESA.
And probably one more question. Would this be similar to a voucher type of financing for schools for students who are disabled?
The way to do this, I guess the best way to describe it is the commissioner basically sets up the idea that here's what the services that we're looking for. And then there's a match up to what the parents are looking to try to provide their children. So it's not a, take the money on a credit card and run to whatever ATM machine you want to run to, Senator. This one's got a much more, focused bill pattern on the needs of special education students first, to get the right people qualified to offer them, and then to offer those to parents so they know, where they can get those services. So it's not a full-blown voucher program by any estimation.
And one last question. That money would not be, or the bill 1474 would not be taking funds away from a public school system?
No, this one, we've got a separate allocation for that. In addition, we're providing local education authorities $500 for full and individual initial evaluation of special education children. It would also increase the current college, career, and military readiness outcomes bonus for special education students from $2,000 to $4,000. Would also increase the special education transportation allotment to $1.13 per mile. No, that's why the bill has a fiscal note, and this is all new money into the system.
Thank you, Senator Bettencourt, for your explanation.
Members, the motion before us is suspension of the regular order of business. Committee substitute Senate Bill 1474. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell,
There being 18 ayes and 13 nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on second reading. Committee substitute Senate Bill 1474. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1474 relating to special education in public schools, including the special education allotment under the Foundation School Program and Education Savings Account program for certain children with disabilities, and a grant program to reimburse public schools.
Members, we are waiting on an amendment. So ask your patience. Hold for a moment. Members, the following amendment, Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 1 by Bettencourt.
Senator Bettencourt on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the amendment repeals the requirements imposed last session on districts to cover the cost, the retire and rehire contributions to TRS. So the state is paying for those. The bill, this returns this to normal employer-employee negotiations. Elsewhere in the bill, a grant is provided to pay districts to pay for these costs for certain high-need teachers, and as well as we're striking some old grant language that doesn't apply anymore. And with that, I move adoption of floor amendment number 1.
Members, Senator Bettencourt moves adoption of floor amendment number 1. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, the amendment is adopted. Senator Bettencourt, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage and engrossment of the committee substitute of Senate Bill 1474.
Member, Senator Bettencourt moves passage to engrossment. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco,
There
Campbell.
being 18 ayes and 13 nays, the bill is passed to engrossment. Will hold there, Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider Senate Bill 1987.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Until 2019, almost all colleges in Texas were forced to use one accreditor, the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools, or SACS. However, in 2019, the U.S. Department of Education amended their federal rule that previously required all institutions of higher education to use the regional accreditor assigned to them. Now, colleges and universities can be accredited by any national recognized accreditor. A handful of places in Texas code still require institutions of higher education to be accredited by SACS. This cleanup bill would simply remove the requirement to use SACS and replace that section with language that allows the use of any accreditor recognized by the U.S. Department of Education. Senate Bill 1987 realigns Texas statutes with federal rules and makes it clear to all institutions of higher education that they are free to change accreditors. Ultimately, this bill will give our institutions the same choice that other universities enjoy in other states. With that, Mr. President, I move suspension of the regular order of business.
Members, Senator Sparks moves suspension of the regular order of business. Senate Bill 1987. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1987. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1987, relating to the accreditation of certain post-secondary educational institutions in this state or of certain programs offered by those institutions.
Senator Sparks, recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage for Senate Bill 1987. Passage to engrossment.
Members, Senator Sparks moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Sparks, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Members, Senator Sparks moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
There being 29 ayes and 2 nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 1987. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1987, relating to the accreditation of certain post-secondary educational institutions.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of Senate Bill 1987.
Members, Senator Sparks moves final passage Senate Bill 1987. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
There being 29 ayes and 2 nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Hughes, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up, consider committee substitute Senate Bill 1072.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider at this time Senate Bill 1072. The Senate and House passed legislation last session, House Bill 1525, that reformed the way our public schools review and adopt curriculum related to human sexuality instruction. The goal was to ensure that parents are involved in the process. This is the next step in that, making sure that extracurricular activities are also covered so that parents have input and the school's policies are covered so nothing falls in between the cracks. And also, it includes language from Senate Bill 8, making sure parents are in control of this type of subject matter. And I move suspension.
Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
Ask questions of the author.
Do you yield, Senator Hughes?
Of course I'll yield.
You recognize Senator Eckhart.
Once I pull them up.
Senator Eckhart, you need to stand for...
Yes, I'm just trying to find the questions. My apologies for the delay. Here we go. Senator Hughes, I recognize that the bill leaves it to a health advisory council, if created by a school board, to make these determinations. But under your bill, could a health advisory council prohibit a school district employee from discussing their spouse with students?
So, Citra, as you know, those school health advisory councils have been around for a while, and the idea was to get parents and also local control, as you and I have discussed, in these matters. And so the challenge that has arisen, as you know, legislation was passed last session about firming up the law on human sexuality course instruction. But questions have come up about extracurricular activities and what kind of materials are being taught or exposed there. So the point of this bill is to bring extracurricular activities and those type of programs under the same protection that we have for school curriculum. That's the idea.
So could a school district employee discuss their spouse or bring their spouse to an extracurricular activity? A football game, say?
Oh, nothing in here about being able to bring one spouse or not bring one spouse. Of course, if discussion of one spouse involved describing to students matters of human sexuality and matters listed in the bill, that will be a factor for concern. But nothing about inviting. I don't think there's anything about bringing a spouse to an event or anything like that. And please let me know if I'm missing it. I don't believe that's in the bill.
So let me give you an example. School district employee Bob goes to a football game and is recognized at the football game, and he says, I'd also like to bring my spouse, Mary, up because she was as much part of this as I was. That's totally fine.
I don't see how that's at all implicated by the bill. I believe you're right. I believe that's right.
What if Bob says, I'd like to bring my spouse up, Jim, because he was just as important to this event as my activities? Could that be prohibited by a health advisory council?
Not as I read the bill. No, Senator.
Great. That's good to know. I appreciate that. So in that same vein, could a health advisory council prevent a school district employee from discussing her pregnancy with her students?
Senator, if matters are addressed by the TEKS in the areas of human sexuality, then that's, of course, what the school health advisory councils are about. And so we want to make sure that where we have controls, parental controls over curriculum, those aren't subverted through an extracurricular activity. So unless we're talking about something like that, no, that doesn't sound like a problem to me under the wording of the bill.
And if the teacher in question who was pregnant was discussing her in vitro fertilization, for instance, could that be prohibited by an advisory council?
Senator, as I read the bill, we're talking about matters that are controlled by those TEKS elements. And as you know, these are sensitive topics when we're talking about human sexuality. So whatever would be controlled in a classroom setting through the school board and the school health advisory council, and of course materials adopted by the TEA and by the State Board of Education, those same controls would apply over in the context of an extracurricular setting. So whatever limitations are there would be extended to extracurricular. We're not talking about putting on new, if that's what you're talking about.
Well, I'm curious because on page 3, line 39, it seems to say that your bill would allow a health advisory council to circumscribe what a school district employee may discuss with a student, period, irrespective of whether it's extracurricular or otherwise.
Well, Senator, it may discuss matters of human sexuality. And so as that term is understood in the education code, it's talking about elements covered by the TEKS and human sexuality instruction. So let me be clear. We do want to err on the side of caution. If we want to have parents involved in the process of what material their students are exposed to, then that should apply in the classroom, that should apply at lunch, and that should apply in extracurricular settings as well. So if we're talking about human sexuality instruction, then yes, we are definitely covering that.
Well, but your bill is more broad than that. It's not just human sexuality instruction with regard to a class associated with human sexuality. It says very plainly, if approved by the Board of Trustees, the policies, procedures, and circumstances in which a school district employee may discuss matters of human sexuality with students.
Senator, that's right.
It's not specific to a class, correct?
No, Senator, let me make sure I'm clear. You are correct. Whatever would be under control of the SHAC and the school board and state law in the classroom setting would also apply in a casual setting, in an extracurricular setting. That is the idea. I think we're talking about the same thing.
I think we are. So thank you for clarifying that, and we are on the same page, as it were.
Thank you.
So going back to it, a council, one of these councils, could prevent a teacher from discussing her pregnancy with a student, correct?
Senator, if we're talking about matters of human sexuality, we want to make sure that parents have control over discussions like that. And so think about what's in the TEKS when we talk about human sexuality. That's what the term means in the statute.
So I'll take that as a yes, that could be prevented.
It could be. It could be.
Similarly, a discussion of sexually transmitted diseases could be prevented.
Absolutely.
What about teen pregnancy? A discussion of teen pregnancy?
Senator, those matters that are addressed in the TEKS, the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills on human sexuality, given that we have gone to a lot of trouble with parental involvement to control how that's done in the classroom, we don't want to throw that out the window when we're outside the classroom but in a school setting. So yes, you're correct.
Dating violence, that could be a prohibited topic of conversation between students and school district employees, correct?
Senator, only if that got over into a matter of human sexuality.
Well, certainly dating violence would go into matters of human sexuality. It's dating.
Well, Senator, it's certainly the broad topic. Whether all dating falls under that category, I don't know. But again, the school districts do have curriculum on dating violence. That's important. There's also extracurricular instruction about dating violence because students do need to be informed about that and armed and prepared. So again, that should go through the SHAC and go through the school board and go through the approved curriculum.
How about menstruation? Could that be prohibited?
Senator, those matters are covered in the school health curriculum. They're in the TEKS and those are covered.
So if a student was menstruating and asked her teacher for feminine hygiene products, it could be that teacher might be prohibited from even discussing it or providing feminine hygiene products to the student, because that would be certainly within the realm of human sexuality.
Senator, nothing about providing products or providing help. And as you know, the school health advisory councils are not from some other planet. They're made up of parents and teachers and local folks in each school district. That's the council that we are empowering to make these decisions.
And I agree with you. Local control is really important here. And I don't see any kind of thresholds below which these advisory councils cannot go. So, for instance, nothing in your bill would prohibit one of these advisory councils from simply eradicating sex education curricula entirely, correct?
Well, Senator, under the law, there are TEKS on human sexuality. And you know what I mean by TEKS, of course. Folks listening may not know those essential elements of our curriculum. Those are there. And under the law, as you know, the Senate passed a bill last time. It became law with Senator Campbell's amendment that says parents must opt in to their children receiving any instruction on human sexuality. So within that, yes, you're exactly right. And no matter what the SHAC did, no matter what a school district did, if a parent opted their child out of that instruction, that is to say, if they didn't opt their child into that instruction, then they wouldn't receive it. And that's current law today, and I think we agree on that.
And I believe it's current law today that at the high school level, sex education is an elective, correct?
Sir, I believe that's right. There are elements in school health where these matters come up in the approved curriculum, but I believe you're right.
So under your bill, an advisory council could eradicate that as an elective?
An advisory council made up of parents, teachers, personnel from the local district. That's who we're talking about. You know, this bill gives them a lot of control. Those councils have been around for a long time. Some districts use them more than others. And as you know, we've had bills over the last few sessions to make sure their meetings are noticed so people know about them, make sure parents know what's going on. But yes, this is about those school health advisory councils.
So we may get, because there is no threshold below which a advisory council may go, we could get school districts that have zero sex education at the high school level next door to school districts that have robust sex education, to which parents must opt in.
That's possible. Hard to imagine a school health advisory council going to that length, but that's possible. Of course, they're accountable to the parents, they're accountable to the school board, who are accountable to the voters, as you know.
Thank you for answering my questions. I appreciate it.
No, thank you, Senator. I appreciate the discussion.
Members, the motion before us is the suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute Senate Bill 1072. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco,
There
Campbell.
being 19 ayes and 12 nays, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute Senate Bill 1072. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1072 relating to local school health advisory councils and instruction regarding human sexuality, sexual orientation, and gender identity.
Members, there is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number one by Hughes.
Go ahead, Madam Secretary, go ahead.
Floor amendment number 1 by Hughes.
Senator Eckhart, for what purpose? Okay. Senator Hughes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, and amendment number 1, it does go to some of the matters raised by Senator Eckhart during her questions because this came up during the committee hearing. And so, this floor amendment strikes those provisions of the committee substitute about teacher communications with a student, and they put a framework modeled on Senate Bill 7, Senator Bettencourt's bill from 2017, having to do with teacher-student communications and contact. The amendment's responsive to comments from the Education Committee hearing, and so the language in the bill puts the burden on the teacher. It says if a teacher cannot talk to a student about human sexuality unless the school's passed a policy defining when such conversations can take place, it takes the burden off the teachers in many ways. First, it defines it better defines the type of conversation at issue. Reproductive sexual health, that term is used in the TEKS already, and also removes some uncertainty by requiring schools to adopt a policy and specifying what the policy should contain for the teacher, so they know what the rules are. It actually goes to many of the questions that Senator Eckhart raised, and I think members will find this amendment sharpens the bill, makes it a better process for everybody involved. And so I move adoption of floor amendment number 1.
Members, Senator Hughes moves adoption of floor amendment number 1. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, the amendment is adopted. Members, there is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 2 by Hughes.
Senator Hughes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment is one that I think will make sense to everyone. Senator Eckhart and I were talking about school health advisory councils. And we recognize that there's going to be a great element of local control in these councils. Different communities have different standards, different concerns, different interests. legislation we've passed over the last couple of sessions. Make sure parents are involved. And again, parents and teachers care about those students. And so those school health advisory councils are there to have control over instruction on human sexuality. What many of us did not realize, though, what we did not realize was that under current law, if a school district qualifies as a district of innovation, which is a great program, we deal with this a lot, but under current law, if a district qualifies as a district of innovation, they are exempted from all school health advisory council requirements. So this amendment closes that loophole in the law and makes it clear that the school health advisory councils, parent involvement, working with teachers, working with districts, that applies to every school district in Texas. And I move adoption of amendment number 2.
Members, Senator Hughes moves adoption of floor amendment number 2. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, the amendment is adopted. Senator Hughes, you recognize for a motion.
Mr. President, I move passage to engrossment.
Member Senator Hughes moves passage to engrossment. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
Being 19 ayes and 12 nays, the bill is passed to engrossment. And we'll hold there, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Perry. Chair recognizes Senator Perry for a motion to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 159.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to concur with Senate Bill 159 changes brought over from the House. No fight. Not on this one. Pick your battles.
Members, Senator Perry moves that the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 159. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
Being 31 ayes and no nays, the motion is adopted.
Chair recognizes Senator Birdwell for a motion to concur on House amendments to Senate Bill 1017.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 1017. The first amendment added the words "or use of" in the language relating to a political subdivision's ability to limit access to an energy source. This cleans up the language and intent of the bill that political subdivisions may not limit access or use of an energy source. The second change was work with TCEQ to ensure that the bill does not affect political subdivisions' ability to own or operate engines that are included in the state implementation plan or otherwise necessary for compliance with the Federal Clean Air Act. We believe this change does not affect political subdivisions' ability to contract with businesses or own engines with certain types of fuel choices, but still maintains the intent that they cannot tell their citizens what they may or may not own. Finally, the House amended subsection C of section 247.002, maintaining that this legislation does not limit the authority of a political subdivision to offer rebates for or encourage the use of certain engines or fuel sources by naming specific alternative sources such as electricity, hydrogen, gas, or biofuels. I move concurrence, Mr. President.
Senator Birdwell moves that the Senate concur on House amendments to Senate Bill 1017. The Secretary call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
29 yeas, 2 nays. The motion is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members. Senator Nichols. Chair recognizes Senator Nichols for a motion to non-concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 222.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate refuse to concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 222 and request appointment of a conference committee.
Members, Senator Nichols moves that the Senate non-concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 222 and requests the appointment of a conference committee. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, motion is adopted. Are there any motions to instruct the following conferees?
Conference Committee on Senate Bill 222. Chair, Senator Nichols. Members, Senators Zaffarini, Hancock, West, and Paxton.
Chair recognizes Senator Johnson for a motion to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 483.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 483. I move to concur in the amendments to Senate Bill 483.
Members, Senator Johnson moves that the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 483. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the motion is carried.
Thank you.
Senator Johnson, the chair recognizes Senator Johnson for a motion to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 1003.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 1003 regarding to disclosure requirements for healthcare provider directories maintained by certain health benefit providers to include anesthetists and other non-physician healthcare providers.
Members, Senator Johnson moves that the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 1003. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the motion is adopted. Thank you, Senator Johnson. Members, the following motion in writing.
permission to introduce. Mr. President, the following members hereby request to suspend Senate Rule 7.07B to permit the introduction of bills and resolutions as follows. SJR 93 by Schwartner. SB 2627 by Schwartner.
Members, is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, the motion is adopted. Members, the following bills and resolutions on first reading in reference to committee. Secretary will read the bills and resolutions.
SJR 92 by Schwartner, proposing a constitutional amendment providing for the creation of the Texas Energy Fund to Business and Commerce. Senate Bill 2621 by Hughes, relating to the creation of the Briar Branch Estates Municipal Utility District of Hunt County to local government. Senate Bill 2622 by Springer, relating to the creation of the Elm Fork Municipal Utility District Number 1 of Cook County to local government. Senate Bill 2623 by Springer, relating to the creation of the Denton County Municipal Management District Number 2 to local government. Senate Bill 2624 by Springer, relating to the Mustang Ridge Municipal Utility District to local government. Senate Bill 2625 by Springer, relating to the creation of the Highland Park Municipal Utility District of Grayson County to local government. Senate Bill 2626 by Hughes, relating to the creation of the Blanton Creek Estates Municipal Utility District of Fannin County to local government. Senate Bill 2627 by Schwartner, relating to funding mechanisms to support the construction, maintenance, and modernization of dispatchable electric generating facilities to business and commerce. House Bill 4 to State Affairs. House Bill 8 to Subcommittee on Higher Education. House Bill 11 to Education. House Bill 55 to Criminal Justice. House Bill 134 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 159 to Local Government. House Bill 173 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 238 to Water, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs. House Bill 272 to Education. House Bill 276 to Local Government. House Bill 278 to State Affairs. House Bill 371 to State Affairs. House Bill 468 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 484 to Criminal Justice. House Bill 527 to State Affairs. House Bill 541 to Criminal Justice. House Bill 562 to Veteran Affairs. House Bill 570 to Water, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs. House Bill 616 to Jurisprudence. House Bill 663 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 687 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 786 to Education. House Bill 804 to Criminal Justice. House Bill 841 to Jurisprudence. House Bill 906 to the Subcommittee on Higher Education. House Bill 907 to State Affairs. House Bill 915 to Natural Resources and Economic Development. House Bill 1000 to the Special Committee on Redistricting. House Bill 1008 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 1034 to Natural Resources and Economic Development. House Bill 1153 to Local Government. House Bill 1158 to Natural Resources and Economic Development. House Bill 1182 to Jurisprudence. House Bill 1184 to Criminal Justice. House Bill 1236 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 1243 to State Affairs. House Bill 1290 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 1302 to Natural Resources and Economic Development. House Bill 1393 to Finance. House Bill 1410 to Natural Resources and Economic Development. House Bill 1416 to Education. House Bill 1432 to Criminal Justice. House Bill 1434 to Local Government. House Bill 1503 to Natural Resources and Economic Development. House Bill 1527 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 1535 to Water, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs. House Bill 1554 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 1555 to Water, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs. House Bill 1563 to Finance. House Bill 1587 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 1589 to Criminal Justice. House Bill 1592 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 1626 to Education. House Bill 1647 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 1673 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 1677 to State Affairs. House Bill 1689 to Natural Resources and Economic Development. House Bill 1708 to Finance. House Bill 1755 to Natural Resources and Economic Development. House Bill 1759 to State Affairs. House Bill 1905 to Education. House Bill 1911 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 2091 to Jurisprudence. House Bill 2109 to Water, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs. House Bill 2209 to Education. House Bill 2259 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 2305 to Criminal Justice. House Bill 2337 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 2353 to Natural Resources and Economic Development. House Bill 2355 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 2404 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 2473 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 2478 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 2481 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 2488 to Local Government. House Bill 2497 to Natural Resources and Economic Development. House Bill 2545 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 2555 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 2638 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 2670 to Criminal Justice. House Bill 2708 to Criminal Justice. House Bill 2777 to Water, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs. House Bill 2795 to Transportation. House Bill 2908 to Local Government. House Bill 2920 to Education. House Bill 2957 to Local Government. House Bill 2958 to Transportation. House Bill 2983 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 3156 to Transportation. House Bill 3310 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 3311 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 3359 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 3414 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 3431 to Jurisprudence. House Bill 3461 to Finance. House Bill 3466 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 3526 to Local Government. House Bill 3550 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 3673 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 3754 to Jurisprudence. House Bill 3756 to State Affairs. House Bill 3803 to Education. House Bill 3808 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 4041 to Finance. House Bill 4058 to Education. House Bill 4441 to Natural Resources and Economic Development. House Bill 4443 to Local Government. House Bill 4559 to Special Committee on Redistricting. House Bill 4777 to Education. House Bill 4797 to Transportation. House Bill 4844 to Local Government. House Bill 4964 to Natural Resources and Economic Development. House Bill 4993 to Local Government. SJR 93 by Schwartner, proposing a constitutional amendment providing for the creation of the Texas Energy Fund to Business and Commerce. HCR 12 to Administration. HCR 83 to Administration.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. President, there's a message from the House.
Admit the messenger with all those oranges.
Mr. President, I'm directed by the House to inform the Senate that the House...
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Chair announces the signing and the following of the President of the Senate.
House Bill 109, House Bill 450.
Members, the President's desk is clear. Any announcements? Senator Swertner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the 24-hour posting rule in accordance with Senate Rule 11.10 and Senate Rule 11.18 so that the Senate Committee on Business and Commerce can take up the following bills on Tuesday, May 2nd at 8:30 a.m. in E1.012. Senate Bill 2627 relating to funding mechanisms to support the construction, maintenance, and modernization of dispatchable electric generating facilities, and SJR 93 proposing a constitutional amendment providing for the creation of the Texas Energy Fund and the authorization of other funding mechanisms to support the construction, maintenance, and modernization of electric generating facilities. Mr. President, members, if there's no questions, I move suspension.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is adopted.
Thank
Members,
you, Mr. President.
Thank you. When you make your announcements on your committee meetings, we have a chair meeting. Hopefully you all got the notice. We have a chair meeting right on adjournment. I'm assuming it'll take 20, 25 minutes, so I wouldn't start your committees until 3:45. Just give you a notice on that. Senator Birdwell for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the 24-hour posting rule in accordance with Senate Rules 1110 and 1118 and all necessary rules so that the Senate Committee on Natural Resources and Economic Development may meet upon adjournment today, May 1st, in the Senate Press Room 2E9 to consider one pending bill. Thank you, Mr. President. Members.
Thank you. Senator Perry, I understand you have a vote at the desk. We'll wait for you so you can get to start the meeting, the chair meeting. We'll wait for you.
You don't want me to do 3:45 or? Okay. All right.
You can just do yours right away.
Okay. I move to suspend the 24-hour posting rule in accordance with Senate Rules 11.10 and 11.18 so that the Senate Committee on Water, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs can meet today at this rail, all right? At this rail, May 1st, Wednesday, May 1st, no, today, May 1st, Monday, in the rail, immediately upon adjournment to consider pending business. Mr. President, members, if there are no questions, I move suspension.
Any questions? Hearing none, motion is adopted. Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move to suspend the 24-hour posting rule in accordance with Senate Rules 1110, 1118, so the Senate Committee on Local Government can hear the following bills in our posting today, May 1st, when we reconvene in E1.028. Senate Bill 2361 by Parker, Senate Bill 586 by Thompson, House Bill 586 by Thompson, House Bill 1922 by Dutton, House Bill 2071 by Jadon. Mr. President, no questions. I move suspension.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is adopted. Senator Nichols.
I move to suspend rules 1110 and 1118 Senate rules so that the Senate Transportation Committee can meet at the back rail right behind me. This chamber immediately upon recess today to consider pending legislation. I move suspension.
Yeah, upon adjournment.
Upon adjournment.
Yes, there you go. Any objection? Hearing none. So members, since we have motion adopted, since we have two voting at the rail, the chairs will meet at about 3:20, about 10 minutes or so. Give them a chance to do their work. Okay? So the chairs don't need to be back there until 3:20. Thank you. Any other announcements? The chair recognizes the Dean of the Senate for a highly privileged motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adjourn until 11 a.m. Tuesday, May 2nd.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Senate stands adjourned until until 11 a.m. Tuesday, May 2nd. Thank you, members.